This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening, and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host this evening. The views and opinions expressed on our show are not necessarily the views or opinions of myself, Targeted Massachusetts, nor Stars International. And we are rolling. Okay, so how is everybody doing this evening?
Hey, what's going on? I'm doing all right.
Oh, happy to hear it. Hanging in there anyway, huh?
Yeah, yes.
I'll get
Going
that
on.
I'll get that information over there. Like
Thank
that.
you. I did have another question though.
Sure.
Chris said you guys had a V2K call.
Yeah, we did. We'll have it again too. It's just that I was in the middle of starting up radio, and it's really hectic and fast moving. So I had to cancel probably the last couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. But yeah, I'll make sure that as long as I have your phone number, uh, that's fine. Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Um,
I'm gonna mute now so that everybody can. They'll be muted when they come in. So if you want to speak now, Joe, just unmute. Hi, Claire. Hi, Dan. Joe, Setza. So what's news from everybody? Don't feel like you're muted permanently. Just hit *6, unmute, and talk. Or unmute your microphone if you have a computer and speak. Nobody is muted permanently here. You just take it under your
Hey
own.
Frank, it's Dan. Just saying hello.
Hey, Dan, how you doing?
Best I can. How about you?
About the same.
Okay.
Angela from North Carolina, she sent me a picture of a burn on her back, and it looks definitely like something that would be a laser because it's terrible. But it's got a central uh, entry point, and it's right like on her shoulder blade, so it's pretty bad. Sets, what are you doing? Uh, Boiling dry ice or something? No, seriously, what was that? It sounded like the. It sounded like part of Dave Case's CD. Yeah, so we got a few minutes to go. I just figured I'd cut in early and see how everybody was doing. Oh, TS is here. Okay, Sets is having trouble with his mic. That's why he's not speaking up.
How's that?
Yeah, you're in.
Okay, that's a little better. Settings here. My God, I just changed a few settings. I was referring specifically to the beam patterns, or the patterns that they use to hit us, like Midge or the lady got hit in the back. I've been hit in the back of the neck before, and it was rather broad, but it was at a specific spread. And I think they can vary that.
Yeah,
They can make it acute, they can make it pinpoint, or they can give it a broad beam and the intensity as well, depending on distance and size. The only thing is that you got to be stationary somewhere where they either project or they know where you're going to be, or they're watching you. So
exactly. And if you want to compare it to something relatively simple, just look at a mag light. You know, the mag light flashlights.
yep,
You twist the tip of it, and you can vary the
the beam.
beam itself from
Yep.
very narrow to wide.
And see, the bad thing is, unless it's extremely acute, or you can feel the pinprick or the initial burn, it doesn't manifest until a little bit later because the body's reaction to it. You know, the burn coming out like a sunburn. And that's what pisses me off, because then you can't find out where exactly they hit you, so you can sort of, track it back.
Yeah, I'm hoping Angela will join the call tonight. I just shot her an email to see if.
How's she doing?
Oh,
How you?
it's pretty painful. She's getting kind of tired of being in that area. But, you know, if she's put down roots there for a while, it's kind of hard to leave, you know?
Yep, I hear you. Yep.
So let me see if I can.
Let's see who's in the chat. Oh, we got Clear Clue, Dan, Joseph. Hey, targeted Chris. How you doing?
Yeah.
And Joseph is in too.
Hello.
How you doing, Chris? How's the dog?
He's doing pretty good.
Chris is the only TI I know that's got a jacuzzi hot tub. Rather envious.
It's it's well, this is a senior park. It's a senior mobile home, and it's one of those jacuzzi baths you see on TV that people their old get. But it works out really well, you know.
Long as there's bubbles, man.
Oh
Long as there's
man,
bubbles.
I took a bath today, and oh man, I put Epsom salt in, and Dr.
Nice.
Teal's Epsom salt, and Dr.
Nice.
Teal's bubble. And,
I used to like, we have some great community centers up here specifically. The only thing is they use chlorination, and chlorination is so strong. You know that chlorine causes cancer, right? And
I wasn't.
people,
No, I
oh
wasn't.
yeah, a lot of the pro swimmers develop cancer, not just pancreatic, but cancers in different areas because of the chlorination that they're constantly in the pools. You can look it up, it's online. And chlorine's just completely toxic at that ratio. On top of the fact that a lot of people that go in there aren't very clean. I used to love going to those jets because you can position yourself specifically and then vary the depth and the strength where they're hitting you. You can sort of work the muscles and the tissue and the joints. And that's one thing I miss, going to a proper hot tub or jacuzzi.
Yeah.
I have good water, so you come on over anytime and you can have a bubble
Thanks,
bath.
Chris. It's a hell of a drive for a bubble bath.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a ways.
I'm so relaxed right now. It's unbelievable.
You just need a good meal and you're set to snooze.
Have any of you guys seen this news target?
Say what?
The title of it is News Target.
No.
I don't know if it's relative to us or not, but that's the name of it.
It's a website? I'll look it up.
Actually, it's news, I think. I should know. I just subscribed to it.
Independent media, news target, independent media.
Okay.
So what do we got here? NSA declares that carbon dioxide is greening the earth. Reveals how green it is. No shit. What do you think they pump into greenhouses? Duh.
Oh, really?
Oh my God, we need more carbon dioxide, not less of it. Let's tax it anyway.
Yeah.
Fuck. More. I mean, it's just the idiocy of. I look around today. I had run a few errands, and I look at people. And I look how they conduct themselves and how they hold themselves, and their patterns. The women all hold on to their cell phones like it's like a precious object they can never let go. The men are disheveled, they're undressed and unkept. I mean, like, where are we going, man, as a species?
I know we need to let go of the cell phones for sure. That's got to happen. And the reasoning behind that is for targeting and tracking purposes, nothing's more perfect than a cell phone. If you
Got
keep
it.
your cell phone with you all the time, they know it. Well, they're going to lock onto your cell phone because it's as good as locking onto you in terms of.
And it's not just you; they're stealing all of you. They're data mining. They're taking your fingerprint. If you've got a thumb scanner, which is your property, your retina scans, your pictures, your connections. I mean, it goes beyond pervasive, and people have no idea how it's going to be used later in the future. Not even from the social profiling that they have in China now, and they want to bring that into. I mean, it's insane. People have just, and they pay with their phones, really. Do they know anything about the Bills of Exchange Act and what currency is and what value for your energy, your life force? That's what I'm saying. Where is our species going?
Going to
Silicon
hell in a
Silicon
hand.
Valley, they're going to hack. They planned on hacking us. There was an episode on 60 Minutes about brain hacking using cell phones, and it was engineered that way.
When is that scheduled to happen? Because we can stream it here.
It was on. It was on about 4 months ago on 60 Minutes. You can Google it.
Okay. We got another request for a YouTube to be viewed if we could tonight, but it's up to everybody.
I say you get Horton back on the call once more. She seems to upset people. I love that.
Yep. The thing about that is though we have to start at 6, and it gets pretty tight when she's there and there's like 3
Oh,
there, you
I
know?
heard you. Yeah. Okay, I didn't realize it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can get her back. No
She's lots
problem.
of fun. Even
Yeah.
Karen Stewart without interruptions.
Oh, she's a little bit mad at me because I
Uh-oh.
tore that guy that called the FBI on Richard Lighthouse.
On Cristiano.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but that guy shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. There's
No.
just some things you don't do, and that's retarded. If you
Yeah.
disagree, you disagree, but doing something like that, that's been
I agree. I joined their newsletter yesterday, and their website didn't even work in order to get my name on there, and so I
oh wow.
emailed them, and I never heard back. And but yeah, I do not trust that man. I don't care what anybody says. You do not do that to your fellow TI. You could have
No.
worked it out in other ways, but you never contact the FBI and report somebody, especially for their
Then
opinion.
why would you join his website if you don't believe in him and you shouldn't? You don't think he should have done it? Why do you want to deal with them in any way?
Are you a police officer?
Luda?
His name is
Far,
Luda.
far from it.
Oh, I'm just saying why if you like me, I don't agree with it either, but I'm not going to go yours near it.
I support Karen Stewart and Hope, and that's why I joined. Okay, does that satisfy you?
No, I'm just saying from what you said, it wouldn't seem logical.
It's okay.
I mean, I'm
It's okay.
thinking as a logician.
Why are you focusing on me when Frank's the one talking about it?
It's okay.
I'm
Okay.
out of here. Okay. Bye-bye.
Y'all need to learn how to get along
That
better.
time it was Barbara Gillette, and now this time it's this. I know I like Luda, but I don't know why she got so upset with me. That's just very
No, I
strange.
think Luda is very methodical and logical, and it's
I'm
kind of
not
like,
anybody. I was just stating a point. That's all. I'm not upset with anybody. Don't think I'm upset. It was just a curious observation. That's all.
I'm not against any TIs at all, and I believe in being a part of everybody, and that's why I joined, and I will continue to join and get the newsletters. Maybe I'm spying on them. You never know.
some people like
Never
having
know.
Luda,
their,
Luda, please stay. Your contributions are always valuable and much. We all really appreciate your staying. Please don't hang up.
Shut. That's all. I'll just keep my mouth shut. I had a tremendous day yesterday, so today I guess I'll have to pay my dues for having a good day yesterday. No, I'll just listen. That's all. It's no problem for me. I got plenty of work. I'm backing up 4,000 files in my computer, so I've got plenty of work to do here.
I want you here too. I'm just explaining that I wanted to join because of Karen Stewart and Hope. That was it.
Oh, I. Mm-hmm.
And there's
No
nothing
problem.
wrong with the question you asked. What the hell?
I just wanted to know if anybody had an opinion on that journalist that Ella got involved with. I know you probably discussed it on her call last night.
I think he's unprofessional. I think he's just one of these pranksters and using media to further his career by being an asshole. He didn't do any homework. It was a hatchet piece. It was all mixed up. There were no, I mean, I don't even know how this guy calls himself a journalist.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, not exactly agree because I have my own opinion and I haven't really read the article extremely thoroughly. But yeah, I thought it was a hatchet job, and I think that he was disparaging of her, and it was noticeably so. He made her look like an airhead.
What upset me the
not
most
true, and
people need to be
specifically and
vetted.
generally, he disparaged.
People need to be vetted, and that's why a lot of TIs, they want to scammer onto media to try and get exposure. That's great, but you have to do some background work on everybody because TIs were constantly undermined or gaslighted. This is deliberate. Of course they don't want it getting out, and that's why I was a little upset that they didn't do a simple search. I did a 5-minute search on this guy, and I got so many hits about his ill repute methods that I would never even contact this person. I would never even converse with them because you're not going to get a fair shake. So I'm kind of pissed off that they kind of allowed it to happen.
Yeah, one other thing I would just like to say, Ella is now on the iHeart radio station, and I would just like your opinion on this, anyone is listening. They do a lot of the conservative media. Now, not conservatives, fine, in a lot of ways. I think the old conservatism, or what some of the programs that are funded by, they like to shake things up. Let's say it worries me that, they have a lot of money, and I don't know. What do you think?
To know who and what you contract with is paramount, meaning you know who you're contracting with, who they're associated with, where their money is coming from, what their platform is, what are their hobbies, who do they hang out with, where do they go, what do they do in the afternoon. You have to be thorough nowadays. We are under such scrutiny and under such attack that just being playful about it, it can't operate like that. You cannot. You have to be thorough. You got to be thorough.
And if you're going to refer to something about biohacking, you're going to scare people too. I
want to scare people. I really want to scare people to death. That's exactly.
Yeah, you have to scare them to. It would be like being afraid. If people would be afraid of space aliens, but if people would be afraid if they thought there was, interestingly, if there was an imminent danger to the whole world, they unite. But if they don't see, they don't see because the stuff isn't visible to our isn't visible to their eyes.
Well, this is imminent danger, and what I do.
It is.
It most certainly is. You don't think it is?
Of course, I think it is.
Possibility.
But I'm saying from the point of view and perspective and a brain of someone who doesn't really, they don't get it. If they were to read about it, maybe, but if they have someone talk about it, even from the perspective of being introduced to it, it has to be done. I wonder what a marketing expert would recommend on how to introduce it.
Point blank range, make the documents available, and make the whole call, whatever it is, radio show, make it available. And if you have a radio show, don't tiptoe around the tulips. Get right into it deep.
But you know what? I'll give you some rejoinders. Some of them are. well, you're not that important. Why you? Another one, well, why isn't it happening to me?
This is all dismissive. It's all a reaction. They haven't really thought things through. When they react like that, they're programmed to react. So you shouldn't take offense like that. They have to question themselves why they're speaking or
No,
thinking.
I don't take offense. I think I understand it.
Okay.
But
Well, then the viewer or
even
listener has to question that then. You know,
Yeah.
you simply provide the facts. You say, this is it. Please go and look for yourself and just be honest. People, I think we've gotten to the point where we're done playing around. We have to be serious, but we have to be firm, but not aggressive in a way that it'll dissuade
off.
people from look. Exactly.
Yeah, I come up to the edge of it and I say, I'm looking out for you. Get a handle on it. Read this document. You know, I'm not mean to them by any means, but what I do is I make it very clear that this is pertinent. It pertains to them. They have to get involved before it's too late. They have sons and daughters too. I mean, it's getting.
If this is allowed to continue the way it's been going, I'd say relatively unnoticed and unchallenged, it will destroy all civilization. Period.
Yes, it will.
All life. What's kind of funny, Amazon had built basically a 3-dome structure in Seattle. It's their new headquarters. It's really quite interesting if you take a look at the architecture. The skeletal structure itself is actually a pentagram, which is kind of odd, I thought. But inside, beautiful meeting spaces. They have foliage, luscious trees, and big green walls and everything else. But the whole thing is freaking 5G Wi-Fi. How long do you think those plants are going to last?
Not long at all.
You know, I don't know, but
this is what I'm saying. They've got an experiment going on, and they're promoting this as the new wave of the future. It's a healthy environment. Want to fucking bet? Give it a year.
Do you know what happened
how
to
quickly
the
they swap out those
biosphere?
plants?
There was a biosphere in Arizona maybe 15 years ago, and it wasn't a company, but it didn't continue because they didn't plan properly, and because the people weren't getting along, I guess. But that's different. But you know.
I'd like to, yeah, I know. But I'm just saying that this technology is incompatible with nature, with authentic organic technology, which is a living plant or trees or air and birds. That's the highest form of technology. This usurped technology, this fake frequency shit is here to kill. Nothing more.
Is there going to be more than 5? I've heard there's going to be 6, 7, and you know, just like the iPhone ascension or any tech, you know, they want to put out a newer, better, and faster one.
For what? And people need to put it down. I know.
Yeah.
Well, at least we see it. We hear it. I think we just have to find a way of communicating it to people who are locked in, you know?
Mm-hmm.
According to what I'm hearing and according to the paper that I have, actually Apple and one of the Android manufacturers is currently trying to, or actually not trying, but they are developing an iPhone and an Android that will aid mind control. So,
say what?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, obviously so, or you mean by suggestion, like, completing sentences and things? I mean, will there be advertised
we're already there.
Your devices are going to know you better than you do. Okay?
I think it's already there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's already there.
Well, that's
already there. Yeah.
No one's going to know me better than me in terms of who I really am. I dare to say.
I think the way that you function is what they're saying. The way that you function and how you push your meat suit around this world and what your values are and how you're, floating through life here. I think they'll be able to monitor and predict because of your patterns.
Perhaps they think they have planning, prediction, and control, or at least planning and prediction. But they may say, given this and if this, she will do this.
Well,
with
look at it right
30%
now.
probability, but hey, maybe I won't, and it won't be just because I don't want to do it and think I want to do it and won't do it because I
So
think
what's
I
the
want to do it.
probability if we target you, and then after a little while, because you know about the exposure, you come into a conference call and you're talking and you're sharing your viewpoints? Wouldn't that be a form of control?
If
Yeah.
I do what I don't want to make you back up.
Because of
If I go
targeting?
into the call,
No,
yeah.
because of targeting, eventually you'll find the information and then the chats will start up, and then they basically, don't you think that where you are right now is a form of control? If you weren't targeted, where would you be? What would you be doing? Right now, we are controlled no matter what, but to a certain extent. That's what I'm saying. I'm just providing. I'm
Well, I know
providing.
that these calls are recorded and they're out there for people,
I'm
which
just
is.
providing a mirror as to where we are right now.
Oh,
In our
I would have. Maybe I'm overrating myself, but I would be working professionally.
Yeah.
I would have finished up another grad school situation. I'd have more money. I'd be going places.
Okay.
We all have, some accomplishments I wouldn't have achieved, but I might want to be
All I'm
socializing
doing
right
is
now,
trying to get
but
people to
probably
step back and take a look at where we're at because of circumstances and just if people would step back from their targeting a little bit and look at it openly, they'll be able to navigate themselves a little better and cleaner, and making good choices. A lot of people get drummed up into their cyclical patterns, and I've seen that in the calls, and then they get upset when you point it out. So I just want people to step back a little bit. It's hard for a TI. I know we get beaten up daily. So, but anyway, I think this is going to be a great call. Frank's going to be on in 40 minutes. What's the topic tonight on RBN, Frank?
RBN is right now stalled. They are, let me see, from 10 o'clock, they have shows that start at 6 a.m.
Yep.
Because of this guy quit, they're forced to start at 10 o'clock in the morning and go till 7. So
who quit?
Mike.
Mike Rivero?
Mike, one of the engineers.
Oh shit.
He's been with them for 10 years. And I guess
that's too bad. That's
I didn't know
if they don't have a ready stand-in, that's difficult.
Yeah, so we'll be probably Monday or something like that.
Okay, that's cool. That gives you some breathing room. Then you can have your cup of Joe.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, incidentally, unfortunately, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm the guy that is vaping that you hear.
I hope that's not live on RBN. Does it come through, or do you mute yourself?
No, I can't mute myself in both places, or else you guys.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because we hear it here. I'm like, damn, is that going through the air? Are they hearing Frank do that?
You knew it was me anyway, so.
That's cool. Yeah. Coffee vape, man. That's next.
Yeah, I'll have to try that.
That'll be awesome. Who else do we have here tonight? Yeah, quite a few callers. Wow.
A bunch of people here. We've got Chloe is here. She's a very nice person, by the way. Claire, the same. Dan, the same. We have all good people, and if anybody sees Barbara Gillette cross the threshold, please let me know, because she is not welcome here. She told me the other night that she hoped that I get shot in my other eye. So that burnt her right out of here.
You're kidding.
And
You're
I have to say is she was talking and using a lot of I statements. And I will say that if that, there could be some real small probability that was forced speech, but I don't think so. I mean, she didn't sound garbled enough.
That's not cool. It doesn't matter if you're
I've been dealing with her for 3 years. She has a thing about me. I don't know what it is.
She, I think she has a few beers too. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if the beer
But
is
it shouldn't. If you know, people who it should, the same rule applies. If you get violent, and that's verbal violence. If you get violent after you drink, you know, if you're going to drink and you get that way, do you have the sense to go to bed and close yourself off from people? You know, which is the only thing you can do if you're going to drink like that. Don't talk to people, because that's you're hurting people. You know?
She's outlived her welcome in other calls. She's already banned from other calls as well.
Who are you talking about?
The very first RBN call that I had, she can be heard saying, "What the F is this?"
Oh, okay.
No.
When I was
You
in the
just
hospital,
really-
and I was shot in the back and in the front and the country by them, and I was in the hospital and I was fighting for my life, and I had emergency surgery. I'm on a 40% chance of life. She's out there telling everybody, and they sent me emails and all over Facebook with over 100 plus people. They're making fun of me because she's saying that I'm in a nut house. I'm laying in my hospital bed. I was in recuperation for 30 days. And I emailed her nicely and said, I'm laying here like this, could you please stop? And she sent me an email, and the whole paragraph, honest to God, was, oh, F you, oh, F, I don't give a F if you die. F, I hope you die. And that's all I ever heard. And I've never,
I don't know how she grew up, or
I don't know.
whatever. But that's
I don't know. I can't wrap my thinking around it.
Social skills. Simple. People lack
yeah,
social.
right. Yeah.
Policeman in California, from what I understand, and she's
got a New York accent, a Bostonian.
Yeah, well, I think she's from here, but I don't know. She might have been from California and just acquired the accent over a period of years. I don't know.
I think she drives a truck. She sounds like a truck driver, the way they swear.
Oh,
Who is that again? I couldn't quite hear the name.
I think she drives a truck. Truck drivers swear like that all the time. I don't know. It's just not very pleasant to listen to, especially by a woman. I don't know, or anybody.
Yeah, it isn't. And if I'm alone and I hear myself swear, I think, if I were present in my household or somewhere else, and the other person, when I hear someone say that doesn't usually, I'm just like, it depends on who the person is, but generally it doesn't sound very good.
Oh.
And
usually too.
No. But
shocked.
Yeah.
I've never heard a verbal assault like that from someone who is supposedly of like mind being targeted.
Well, she had a program. She had a radio program once, didn't she? I think for these topics.
She had a conference call many
years ago. Yeah.
Talk shoot.
Yeah.
But anyway,
maybe over the years that she became bitter and it got to her.
Sure. I just wanted to point out, user one had put a link in the chat regarding the TI rally that streamed today in Sacramento.
Yeah.
And it's 3 hours and 42 minutes. So people have time. I think we should check that out. It's got 360 views already. Right on. By Megs B.
Okay. Do you want to see it right now?
Are you tired of talking?
No, I'm not. We can show it later.
You were in it. Does anybody know?
Stream it, Frank.
You can stream some of it if you want. Sure.
Yeah, we'll just see what it looks like and go from there. At least I can get it up in there and get it queued in case you want to watch it later.
What's up, guys?
What was that?
The very beginning of it.
Oh. And how do you get on that?
we're back again. How's it going? We're here with Tim, and do you mind being on live stream again?
I do not mind.
Okay, Justin from Bay Area Support Group.
I just wanted to ask you I need to get a hold of you sometime.
Yeah.
If I could get your number after,
Oh, sure. I can just put it in.
Looks beautiful out there.
But Tim, Tim's here from Las Vegas, Nevada, and I got to meet him last night. He's really awesome. Can you tell us?
I am awesome. You're a great liar. I love you.
Can you tell us a little bit about your targeting, Tim?
Sure. I've been under 24/7 targeting for 10 and a half years. V2K, DEWs, microwave weapons. And usually they use the same old psych warfare scripts. They call you something you're not. They say they're going to kill you. They threaten your family. They're going to rape your family. Mm-hmm. At one point in my targeting, they had imitated my youngest daughter. And for what was a total of 40 days and 40 nights straight, 24 hours a day, made me listen to her being raped, tortured, and murdered. And it drove me crazy for a while. And at the time, I thought that was my daughter. The sound of her being raped, tortured, and murdered. Now the gang stalkers got a huge kick because I lost my mind. I mean, anybody would have to hear their kid being raped, tortured, and murdered for 40 days and 40 nights and days and nights straight, 24/7. You're gonna lose your mind for a little while. And then once I found out that she was alive and they weren't raping and torturing her, I snapped right back into it and began this mission in life, which is to stop gang stalking, mind control, psych warfare on American citizens using directed energy weapons, sonic weapons. Which, if you know this or not, you can buy sonic weapons online.
That's what I was saying. You don't have to go very far.
You can also build a voice-to-skull weapon from 1974. You can get the schematics online, and the parts only cost you $60.
Yeah.
To make a voice-to-skull. The parts are only $60.
Wow.
It doesn't have the software to run it, so you still have to find the software. But to build a V2K only costs $60.
Wow.
And that's a V2K from 1974.
No kidding. Where did you find the information about that?
I looked it up on Google.
Yeah. See, it's accessible. I mean, again, any of this stuff, you can research, anybody can research it and understand that this is real technology, but it's just a matter of, do you have the time? Do you have the motivation? Do you care about this subject enough to find out more? And most people that you talk to in passing, they just don't want to take the time to even listen to, about technology they've never even heard of. So again, Tim, so how many years did you say this has been going on? 10 and a half years.
24/7, never stopped.
Wow. And so you were getting voice to skull sounds of your own daughter being raped. Oh my gosh. Was that all hours of the day?
Yeah, it was 24/7 for a total of 40 days and 40 nights.
That is unbelievable.
Since then, they just run these scripts and they say, we've turned your daughter into a pedophile. She's out raping children. We attack you so much, we're going to make you a rapist. I'm like,
right.
Just like, but, it's never going to happen.
Right.
Never has happened, never will happen. But they have these basic psych warfare scripts. Now, the basic psych warfare scripts that they use to target people with are usually 4 themed. I call them 4 themed with variants. 1, you're a pedophile. 2, your child is a pedophile. 3, you're a wife beater, or your parents died under suspicious circumstances and you murdered them. But their big ones are because it's the worst possible thing anybody could be.
Yeah.
So what they do is they start calling you, and if you look back at the history of warfare, it's what happens in warfare since the first war. You call your enemies the worst possible thing you can think of. And what's the worst possible thing in the world? Pedophiles.
Right. And guys, this is common. This is part of the smear campaigns they do. They will do smear campaigns on targeted individuals, and this is what Tim is saying. They're trying to, call him a pedophile or giving him sounds of somebody being raped or something. This is very common. Like they sink so low. It's like the most violent, graphic, disgusting stuff that they can give you through voice to skull. And I've heard this from all different
It's
TIs.
the most common psych warfare script.
Yeah.
The most common psych warfare script, and even in conventional wars, it's the most common psych warfare script. And you'll read about them in the books, policies, hell, even the Army manuals. This is what you. This is how you attack good people in the world. Is you call them something they're not. Then you make them appear to be something they're not. It's just an old intelligence agency trick.
Right.
So you tell people, and what is anybody's initial reaction? Now, I walk up to you in the street and I go, "You see that guy right there? He's a pedophile. We just couldn't nail him, but he's a pedophile." You're not even going to question.
Right. It's just
so now you have effectively isolated that person. You have divided and conquered. You know why? He's not going to get any help from anybody. And if he was a pedophile, rightly so.
Right.
But the thing is, the guy isn't.
Right.
I just grabbed you and said, that guy's a pedophile.
Right.
And now he's isolated and cut off from society.
Right.
Now you can do anything to him you want because nobody's going to believe a word he says.
Right. It's the biggest stigma that you could put on somebody.
You take away, not only take away their credibility, now you've got everybody around hating that person. And that guy has no idea what the hell's going on. What? Huh? Who?
Right.
What the hell are you talking about?
Right.
Because they're not. It's just the main.
Okay, we can dig into that a little bit later if you want, but I noticed a lot of people checking out, so maybe a lot of people didn't like it. But I think it's pretty cool. Definitely going to share that everywhere.
I thought it was cool too. I thought it was. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, we can all watch later on. I mean, the call doesn't.
Instead of the 3-hour and 42-minute, I'd like to see an edited version of that. Give me the highlights.
Yeah. Cut out all the BS that's in there, probably.
Yeah, and the doubling up and the repeating. TIs tend to repeat themselves. It's okay, but
That's the trauma. Trauma does. Yeah.
I don't know about your perps, but mine have been off the wall. Ever since Thursday night, they were crazy. All day today, they've been off the wall, shit-faced, pardon my French.
Unreal.
Yeah. Burning teeth like they're burning, and I friggin' can't stand that. I'm really beside myself today with them. But I'm good.
Are you feeling better, Frank? Are you a little stronger?
Yeah.
Good. Are you eating properly? Good food?
Yeah. Taking my vitamins, eating properly, staying hydrated.
Did you start taking some lutein for that eye?
I have an appointment, and that'll be my next trip into
Fabulous.
Boston. Right.
Great. I noticed with the community agents within my neighborhood, they use a specific courier. And I've noticed it on occasion, and there are several households within this area that use one specific courier, and this courier is rather a less known one. And so at first I thought it was rather obscure and weird because the people who are using this service really wouldn't naturally use this. So and then I started seeing them. There are 3 residences that use a specific courier, and so it kind of availed me to their position, and it affirmed that they were involved in my targeting. So it's quite interesting. Later, when TIs start to look and really question and see things within their own environment, it's pretty easy to pick out your perps, even if they're clandestine. And I live in a residential area here. And,
I'll tell you who mine are right now. The first one, his name is Michael Pierce. He lives at 224 South Ave in Whitman, Massachusetts. The other one is Robert, aka Richard Levine or Richie Levine. and he was residing at the same address. Now, I know they did move out. My lawyer just kept bleaching me for money. So it came to the point where, okay, I'm going to have to get a PI, I guess, to find out where they moved to.
Yeah, you can just do a quick search, get a
Yeah.
quick, any type of, ex-cop or anybody doing that security detail, just, whether they
Yeah.
have any liens, whether they, bankruptcy, whatever, it's pretty easy to find people today.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll see what I can do on my own.
How did you come to know your perps? Was it specific because of your own action, or was it because they revealed themselves, or?
Oh, they revealed themselves.
Huh.
Yep. I lived in the same building as they did, and one of them verbally assaulted my daughter and wanted her to go up to his room.
Say
And,
what?
yeah, and she called me on the cell phone. I walked out in the hall, and the guy he told me to go F myself, and I said, yeah, well, that's nice. Stay away from my daughter. And he said, F you. And he went to take a swing, and I buried him. So then he went to the infirmary. Then the police came, and I didn't get arrested, but it did go to court.
Mm-hmm.
It was continued without, and immediately this started. The guy Levine is the one who brought it into the picture.
Interesting.
Yeah. And from what I can make out, they've had quite a few stories going back and forth, but the one that makes the most sense is they have a computer in their house and they're dialing into a website,
That's what I think too. A lot of people, they're
It's,
sort of like the bottom rung that access a network that is set up. Yep.
yep, exactly.
Yeah.
And
Same here.
you'll get a screen with, I saw quite a while ago, a mock-up of what it might look like. It's a screen, we'll say, with a number of that they can do on the side, target that they can move around. Okay,
Mhm.
caller 23, I'm going to have to mute you because you got some mic issues there. I thought it was sets, but it's not.
Not me
So
now.
I think they can move this target around, focus it. But what's really happening is the focusing is going on in the brain, and it's just giving them sort of like a Burger King view of what's going on,
Yeah, but see, these are just the low-end minions. They're the bottom of the rung. The people who develop these programs, the people who are funding it, the satellites that are using these systems, and the cell tower communications, the agencies. I mean, that's also the liability should rest upon them as well. And that's coming to, I think, pretty quick. So they're just exposure is the only way. Mass exposure, people becoming aware. And I think RBN, what you're doing, Frank, is an excellent way. What Ella's done in the past with her billboards, excellent.
Yeah.
You just got to get people to get past that conditioning, the glazed eye look, as I call it.
Yeah, the glazed eye look. And what you have to figure is, okay, why is somebody spending $25,000 to put a billboard up on the 405 if
Yeah,
there isn't something to it,
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
They questioned it in Canada, but the news media in the United States stayed away from it. And I think they were told to, because in spite of the fact that the review that the Canadian press gave us on it was actually, it wasn't poor, but yeah, it
It
was kind
was
of poor,
it
but
was
all,
a little known journalist whose work was average. He's starting his career. They gave it to him, and he did a little bit of, didn't do the homework,
yeah,
and see, they had to acknowledge it because of the interest and the feedback that it was generating, and so they
right.
had to put it in a way that would be the least amount of fallout, and still try and diminish the movement, and that's
Yeah,
the best they could do.
yeah, the comments that came in though were most interesting. The comments were like, "Well, hey, if these people have something to say, let them say it. Who are you to, get in their way?" Because they were saying that it was leading to. He actually said it was leading to people actually believing it. I don't know if you recall that comment, but
I
I almost
don't know.
died. That
No.
was fantastic. It was really good. So they are, no matter what kind of publicity they bring up, it's good publicity. But the
Amen.
U.S.
That is
Journal
true.
is a lot smarter than that. I think
Yeah.
they all agreed or were told to stay away from it.
Yep.
So
There were just crickets at the Cuban embassy. They're just
yeah,
crickets.
right. Yeah, crickets or potatoes, whatever they are. Sure they are crickets.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, that professor out University of California, San Diego, under no, she laid it right out. She said, under no uncertain terms, these are not cicadas. These are actually done by microwaves, and she said it straight out. And
Yeah.
I've got the article. So it was actually fantastic, and I'm still shooting emails back and forth,
Right on, Frank.
trying to get her as a guest, but she's
That would be cool.
yeah. So everybody, if everybody wants Catherine as a guest, I'll give her a shout, and it'll either be radio simulcast here, or it'll be on here again.
Mhm.
And
It'd be interesting if you even get it on RBN. Haha.
yeah,
Can
I
you
think,
imagine?
but that would have to be pre-recorded.
Yeah,
Just
that's fine.
to come up with 6 o'clock time, 6 o'clock Eastern, we'll say, which is going to be 5 o'clock Central, and that's going to step all over somebody.
Mm.
So, but yeah, before I got saddled with so many doctor's appointments, I mean, I am really scheduled out with doctor's appointments.
Are
I
you?
was
Yeah.
going
You gotta
to,
look after your eye, man. That's number one.
yeah, I was going to take part in helping out in Boston, in Cambridge, for that
Okay.
symposium, but there's no way I can do it. And I talked to Allison about it. And I just texted her the other day. I said, just you know, these appointments are falling out of the sky. There's just no way I can do it. I felt really bad about it.
And people have to also know that, we all have households to maintain. We
Yeah,
still have to feed ourselves. We still have to do laundry. So to pull and to maintain this type of schedule and to contribute our energy, people don't realize your sacrifices, Frank. And I know that you're burning both ends of the candle there.
oh, thank you. Well,
But please please concentrate on your health. That's number one.
I'm trying to.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna take the Acela train in and get that taken care of. That's next.
Who do
I
we
don't, I
have?
don't believe in driving to Boston.
You don't want to do that?
Drive to Boston. Boston's a wonderful place to visit if you walk. If you're walking.
Okay.
Hello, Frank. This is Journey. Can I ask a question, or is this not the right time to ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Along the lines of health issues that people are experiencing, which ones or which symptoms or which things are proven to be directly connected to what type of things? I'm suffering from kidney issues and headaches, and I'm concerned that's 5G and Wi-Fi, and I'm not sure if that fits into the other people's patterns. Can you comment on any of that?
Sure. Where do you live? And you can comment two sets since you're in the conversation.
Do you drink?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, Journey. Hi there. I'm
Oh.
Francis. That's
No, I quit drinking when I turned 21. I just spent the winter in Florida, and Florida is immersed in 5G. I came back to Asheville, and there's not much 5G here, but I'm in bad shape, and I'm hoping to heal.
Okay,
I've got kidney stress, adrenal fatigue, headache in the back of my head on the left side.
number one, check your water. Contamination, we're being overloaded. Our kidneys and our livers are inundated. We got a detox. Did you feel any type of shooting or searing pain in your kidneys?
Honestly, my interpretation of what has caused all this, yes, are environmental toxins like chemtrails, aluminum, barium, strontium. I do pretty well in terms of what I put into my body, but I can't control what I can't control. And I do feel that the 5G as well as the data connection, because I don't have a car, because I was using my smartphone when I was traveling in Florida, I always had the data connection on, and I know for a fact when I turn that on, it gives me headaches. When I turn it off, the headaches usually subside, but I was using that a lot. Wow. And so, you know, it's something I've even talked to the phone company about. I called Metro PCS. They have not adopted 5G yet, and I called Spectrum, and they are adopting 5G. But I had a good conversation with both of them. I expressed that there's a lot of people that feel 5G is a weaponized system and it can damage people's health, and I advised them, especially Metro PCS, to utilize the money that they get from the subscription to cell phones to invest in creating a healthier alternative to 5G, and even better, promote it as such, because then they may have more customers that would be interested in using a cell phone that is safer. And they had good responses to all that. But I realize that's ignorance in terms of greed, at least on the surface level. It's possible that there's some underlying connections that are more what's the word, infamous, or what, you know, people targeting people.
At what
but
point
in terms,
do you feel your body's at? At what stage do you feel your body's at in regards to health? 10 being optimum, 2 is being about to kick the bucket. Where are you?
I'm a vegan, so I'm really concerned because I should not be feeling this way, and I take really good care of my health, and it's in bad shape. But I do feel concerned that I'm trying to get an answer from you guys whether you think that I have the right cause of it all, and whether or not that's going to factor into the consideration of is it an intentional targeting, or is it just a matter that I'm using the system that hurts everybody? I may be Wi-Fi sensitive, but you understand where I'm coming from, to see if this is targeting or see if this is just using the system that hurts people and I'm stupid to use it.
As a vegan, you're vibrating you're much more sensitive to your environment. The frequency that you're placing your body into when you're eating your fruits and vegetables, nuts, grains, and seeds, you're vibrating at a higher rate. You're much lighter as a being. You're therefore much more sensitive to any type of stress. 5G is stress. Like you mentioned, you turn on, I mean, for God's sakes, I mean, you should be at least carrying your phone.
I really do think it is a cause. I really do think the data connection, the Wi-Fi, and the 5G is a cause of my stress, a cause of my kidney issues, a cause of my headaches. I really do, but I don't think it's somebody's intentional targeting of me. I think it's just the corporation's greed, and they want to push ahead with 5G because it's higher speed.
You can get these lovely little sleeves for them. You know, they're different manufacturers now that basically block out the radiation. Of course, you can't use your cell phone, but I think people,
as well as GPS and location.
People should start to limit how much they use their cell phones instead of relying on it on a daily basis as a crutch and as an object to hold. You know, the first shiny thing we picked up and we held on to it. This has just been supplanted by the smartphone. And like I said earlier in the call, I'm not sure if you're on, but today I observed many women, and they hold on to it. They have their purses, but they're holding on to this device as if it's the brightest shiny gemstone. You know, it's crazy.
These are definitely a lot of things that individuals can choose as best as they can choose, but it really takes a collective effort because there's so many. Everybody's relying on it. Whether you, I don't feel like I had a choice. I was traveling. I had to use Airbnb, so I had to turn the data connection on every time. I had to check my email, so I had to turn the data connection every time. I had to send things that way and this way. So there's just no way
Well,
around it unless I have a desktop, and I do at home. So I'm hoping to heal up and not have to use my cell phone and data connection anymore. But for 5G, there wasn't anything I could do. I was at a hotel with a 5G tower right behind me.
Oh God. Well, next
Yeah,
time you know,
and I definitely felt
you answered your
to me,
question.
it's my personal experience that it does hurt my health. So I can vouch for that.
Well,
Because
there
when
you
I'm
go.
not around it, it's not so bad.
And that's why I'm saying people have to stop using their systems. I don't have a cell phone. I haven't had one for over 6 years. Got rid of it. The first 3 months were horrible, but then you realize that you readapt and that you live your life very differently. Your time is your time. What's more
As
important?
long as you can
Check
do it. I
an
was
email.
commenting
What's
that
more
they
important?
make it hard,
You make it hard for yourself, not they. They simply provide the tools.
I agree, but I'm saying both sides. And I wanted to highlight more the fact that the companies, the websites, everybody taking part in a virtual world where you have to turn on your data connection. I don't have a laptop. So I also want to say that I'm in poverty. And if I'm in poverty, I can't afford to get a desktop or a laptop. Yes, I went to the library a couple times. But still, the 5G system is not something I can control. I did my best to speak out against it to Metro PCS and Spectrum, and they listened, and so that's me doing my best. But I can't. There was one technician that worked for a 5G company, and he was setting up the 5G towers, and he was so against them because he set them up and he knew how weaponized and how dangerous they were. So he borrowed one of his friend's tanks, who was an army person. He borrowed the tank and ran it into the cell phone tower, got arrested, but took down the tower. That's doing something about it too. But at the same time, there's still, especially in Florida, it's immersed in 5G. There's only so much I can do. So I definitely wanted to highlight that there are things that I can't do to defend myself. But thank you. I am doing my best.
Try to heal. Number one, mineralized water, or if you're going there are many, many things depending on your lifestyle, your health, that you can heal your body. The body is a self-healing mechanism if you give it the right nutrition, the right space, the right sleep. It sounds like you're very much immersed in your cell phone. I think that's one of the crutches we have.
When I was on vacation here in Asheville, I have a little relief from it, but on vacation I had no choice but to deal with Airbnb. Otherwise, I'm homeless. And in order to deal with Airbnb, I had to use the data. And yes, I could have found another system, and I did a few times, but it's still, there are so many things built into the system that utilize the cell phone. I agree. I don't like it. And I wish I didn't have to deal with
it. Well, the
it.
next time you go on vacation, just set it all up ahead of time and leave it up to the creator. When I go on vacation, no cell phone. Your time is your time. You're there to unwind. You're there to relax, enjoy friends, or whatever you may be doing.
If possible, yeah, understood.
Years ago, I had gone on a trip overseas, and we got to the resort, and it was quite interesting because the people who we were with, they had their tools, and this one fellow sat out on the beach and took his laptop out, and we decided to take a nice stroll. We came back, and the winds had whipped up a little bit, but it's still quite beautiful. This guy was shaking out the fine silica sand out of his laptop, which will never get out. And I thought, that's perfect. You should have just left it in your room, but he had to be an ass to play with his laptop on the beach. Can you imagine going on vacation and trying to do business at the beach? Are you kidding?
Well, I hear you. I understand, and I even understand the anger towards the technology that way. But you got to look at the other side. When people are in poverty and their job is to do something utilizing a tool like the internet, they do what they have to do to make the money, to make the food, and et cetera. If I'm homeless, if I don't connect to the internet, I'm going to connect to the internet. If I'm on my electric scooter because I don't have a driver's license, and I'm trying to navigate from one part of town to another, I have to use GPS with a location device. Otherwise, as much as possible, I turn it off and try to find my way or ask directions or something like that. But, the modern world is geared towards utilizing a bunch of that stuff, and it's not always easy to completely separate. But I agree, as best as possible, I try to separate.
Good for you. Bravo. I wish more people were as proactive as you are in navigating through the madness. Most people just
How do you tell the difference between the suffering of experiences like dealing with 5G or
Okay.
Wi-Fi sensitivity
In my
between that
environment,
and the other kind of targeting that people are talking about?
in my environment, because I have limited the amount of Wi-Fi, everything's corded, a lot of the electricity shut off. What I immerse myself in a daily basis in my environment versus if I'm going out to a mall or somewhere where the systems are active, I will know that this has been a contributor to this pain, or this is the outcome because of it, because of how I structure myself and how I'm living. Many people they're just so immersed that they have no idea because they're just constantly bombarded. Once you start to clean yourself up, your environment, your food, your shelter, your clothing, your patterns, your thoughts, and then you step out of that into another area or sphere, you recognize the assault because you become much more
So
sensitive.
you are calling it an assault,
Oh yeah.
even if it's not somebody intentionally shooting you with something, but they are
sure.
assaulting, because there's a lot of ways that people could say, and I wish the courts would respect it, that I'm being assaulted by the chemtrails, that I'm being assaulted by, but then it becomes, there's a line somewhere where, okay, I'm talking too much, so you might say, oh, he's assaulting me with his words. No, I'm not assaulting you with my words, I'm just talking too much. So there's a fine line. I'm trying to get a clearer indication what TIs think is a legitimate perp situation compared to the other assaults that I would call assault too that I just mentioned, and then where is it we're crossing the line of paranoia or something like that?
We are all, I think each person's, although we have commonalities, they're very specific and tailored to each one of us. Our environments are very different. So for us to have a commonality, I think it has to be done with a broad brush. Very specifically, if we start to find things that are cute, say microwave burns, then okay, there's different types of microwave burns. Where were you, time of day? This is the outcome. You can be quite pragmatic in seeing how this is done. But because we're all unique, our body types are different, our ages are different, our environments are very different. I think pinpointing
So what you're saying is the
specifics.
assaults are different. All the assaults are potentially different unless we can correlate them. I think there's a stronger case where there's correlation.
And the effects. And that's how they've capitalized on doing so much harm, is because we're not the same. We're all unique, although there's commonality, is pinpointing all that down. And that's how they get away with a lot of it. So just clean up your environment, turn off that damn cell phone, take a hot bubble bath if you can, some Epsom salt, put on some music, and just try and heal. That's
right. And in terms of fighting back, the court case, you prefer to paint the TI with a broad stroke, including all of the different types of assaults as one perp,
no, I mean,
so to speak,
it's very specific. Each one of us have, because of our circumstances and how we're targeted, I think is specific. But within the community, you start to see correlations within different modalities or procedures by this. You know, the V2K.
And when you can correlate those to a particular industry or a particular person or a particular company or a particular government, that's a stronger case. Otherwise, there's no cause. Seemingly, I mean, there's a cause, but you can't pinpoint it.
Cause and effect, right? What is the cause and the effect? Where does it? What's the origin? And this is the end product. Sorry, Frank. What's up?
No, that's all. I was just going to interject something that goes along with what you were saying. You said we're all of different ages, all of different types of this, that. Well, I just thought that as far as the age brackets go, since the beginning, we have all been exposed to different amounts of radio frequencies since we were younger. I mean, if you're in your 30s now, when you were small, you were saturated with it. If you're in your 50s or 60s now, there wasn't that much of it around. So I kind of like caught hell because I grew up in Hull, right almost under the WBZ amp towers. As a matter of fact, I was right outside the falling radius.
Oh my God.
So I got a constant dose of that, to the point where it was so concentrated that if you put two forks together very loosely, just touching barely, you could pick up WBZ on the floor.
Fuck, are you serious? Oh my God. Has that affected your daughter anyway? Because, you know, the fact that you're, say, contaminated to such an extent, what's her DNA like? Does she have any health problems?
She miscarried. Number one, Anne's didn't. Number two, she miscarried a few times.
You see, that's an effect on, and that's radiation.
Yeah.
It affects the DNA and basically the expression of DNA because of, wow.
Yeah.
See, and that's why I think it's escalating, because as this ramps up, and because of, like you said, we're all different ages, different exposure rates, our bodies, different DNA. But as this grows greater and greater, we're going to see, I think, a proliferation of symptoms. I want to say symptoms. I say byproducts of this crazy shit that's going on here. It's not natural. A millennia without Wi-Fi, we were doing great. All of a sudden, we got to have it. Let's kill everything off. The birds, the trees, everything. Sure, why not? We'll make money.
It's really important that there's a consensus and understanding of the difference between the trauma-based torture that I'm using a label, trauma-based torture. Actually, when I talked to the Spectrum person, they acknowledged that it was trauma-based mind control, because we have to pay for a subscription that is killing us if we're signing up with the 5G system. I was happy to hear that, because I want to hear that people do see the difference between a world without the things that people are speaking. In other words, it's important that TI speak out, or anybody speaks out about the assault, and that the general consensus builds. There's a promotional perspective that says, okay, yeah, you're suffering, I'm suffering, they're suffering, and there's a critical mass of people around the world suffering. I think it really is important that we, the people, agree, and that will help when there's court cases to say, yeah, this is obvious. Let's rule in favor of the victim and try to stop what's assaulting us. It's a really important turning point to the whole situation. The other thing I'm a little concerned about was my original question, which is just how to kind of tell the difference between the corporate problems that are assaulting us without even any intention to target an individual. I'm nothing special, so they're targeting me because it's a blanket thing that's targeting everybody. On the other hand, there are certain people that experience directed targeting for whatever reason, like Catherine Horton. I've experienced directed targeting also, but not in the same way. And I've witnessed, people, talk show hosts even talking about it. David Pakman, I had an interview with David Pakman, and he went into how he's being targeted online, electronic harassment online, in terms of trolls and targeting and trying to change the narrative away from what he's progressively trying to talk about. And that's another crucial issue of our time, that there's a consensus about the narrative for the sake of policy change and stopping the damage, rather than condoning it and just being like, oh, don't be a snowflake. Everybody wants Wi-Fi and everybody wants 5G. You just got to go along with it.
What I would recommend is this. 5G is going to be around, but it doesn't have to be in your house. What you can do is hardwire. You can go to
I've got a managed switch, Frank, so I can use the Ethernet. But in Florida, there were towers everywhere. I was in a hotel that I could barely survive, but I didn't have a choice because I couldn't leave and go be homeless. There was a tower directly behind the hotel. It penetrates everything. So that I can't avoid without a court case or without some collective movement that says, we don't want that. We want a safer alternative. And that's why I was happy to be able to talk to Spectrum and Metro PCS and say, thank you, Metro PCS, for, not moving yet so quickly to 5G. And if you could invest in research and creating a healthy alternative, I, for one, would sign up for that. And I think you could even promote it as the healthier alternative, and you'd be then competing with the 5G in that way. And they were very positive about my feedback. They listened. They actually said, yeah, you got a point there. Same thing with Spectrum. Spectrum is an up-and-coming communications provider, and they listened as well. So I felt good that they actually listened rather than. I did call the police about the chemtrails to ask if they had a statement, and they didn't have a statement. And they said, "Oh, well, we'd have a statement
called
if
the police.
there was a terrorist attack."
Chemtrails.
I actually did. I was proud of it. It was Asheville, okay? So we've got a basic progressive town.
Officer, there's planes leaving.
Non-emergency number. Non-emergency number.
I can see the call right now, man. Sir, where are you at? We're going to send a squad car over. Pick you
It
up.
was a successful conversation, actually. They, of course, didn't have a statement, but I got my point across that, when there's a terrorist attack or a natural disaster, you would be the people to call to make a statement on the natural disaster or the terrorist attack. So I think it's appropriate to call the non-emergency number and ask if there's an official statement on the chemtrails that have been going on year after year after year. At least they acknowledge. I did. I called the FCC, and the FCC never answers the phone, and they didn't return any of my calls. So I called the non-emergency police station number, and I got a decent response, but there was no official statement.
Okay. They can neither no longer confirm nor deny. Obviously.
They did confirm that it was happening, but they wouldn't make a statement other than acknowledging that it's happening.
It was on the local news here. They said they're going to do geoengineering in the Sacramento area.
Lovely.
Oh, yes. Hi, this Adama.
Hi, how you?
Yeah, no, I just want to know, okay, the people that are pushing this 5G, and they even talking about 6G, 7, 8G. Do they have what will they do? They have will they be shielded? Are they in a particular wall? We're sharing the same wall, right? I mean, what's the deal here?
I've done a lot of research on the 5G. This is Huggy Bear. You want the truth?
Yes.
Well, number one, it's military millimeter waves, okay? And it's complete surveillance, see-through walls. There'll be no privacy whatsoever. And the amount of energy doesn't go like from 4 to 5G. It's not the 2G or 5G on your modem at home. This is really, really, really strong microwave scalar. It's not good.
Huggy, you know what we need to do? We need to get everyone to pick up an inexpensive microwave meter so that you can use it. And it's a special meter too. It's totally different than your regular stand-up meter.
I have one right here, Frank. I purchased it off of Amazon. I bought a couple of them, actually. They're pretty inexpensive. The meter is an HTM2. That's an H as in Harry, T as in Tom, M as in Mary, 2. And it's, let me see what else I can find. And it's relatively inexpensive.
Great. All right.
Yeah.
But my point is, use that to say, look, I'm living in an area right now where I'm, so many hundred, whatever the measurement is. I'm not sure what the measurement is in the microsievert or what it is, but it's over the limit. What are you going to do about it?
You need to look into.
Then we're being cooked alive.
Yeah,
exactly.
Microwatts per square centimeter.
Thank you.
And it's military levels. And I have tried talking to people from Maryland, Florida, mostly those 2 states, I would say. And I get blank stares, 9 out of 10. I might get one woman or something that middle-aged soccer mom type that you can seem to grab their attention. They're going to go home and look it up, because they have children, and they're Wi-Fiing them to death in school. I mean, they're
Yeah, that's my question. Yes. You know,
Right.
the people that are pushing this, are they immune to it? You know, is there something that we don't know? I don't know.
Well, you know, like the FCC is actually the CIA, and it's all, you know, Homeland Security operates under the Pentagon,
What are you
and
basing?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You said the FCC is CIA. What are you
Oh
basing it?
yeah. Well, the CIA did a coup. You can even hear former Senator Ron Paul say this in 2010 on stage, and he was angry, and the audience raved behind him because he said we needed to get rid of him, destroy. You know, I mean, he was angry, Ron
Well,
Paul.
see, the FCC is the key to what's happening to us
Right.
because
But
they dole out the frequencies to
right.
whomever.
You have to understand, Frank, the hierarchy of Washington D.C. You know, it's everybody. You know, it might be the FCC, but they're not operating by themselves. They're you know they're operating under the CIA.
Well, they're supposed to be by themselves.
No, they're not. I'm sorry. You know,
Give,
when we look back, like
give
when
me a doc.
what worries me is they passed the NDAA. That's
Yeah.
the National Defense Authorization Act,
All right.
and
Well,
then
I'd
go
like
ahead,
you to give me a document that says that the CIA is part of the FCC, and I'll take that to radio.
Okay. How about I also send you the link to Senator Ron Paul, 2010 on stage saying that.
Thank you. Send it to my email, Huggy. All right.
Okay. Okay. He's actually, it was even in the Nation online. He says what he said was that they couped the government and the military. And I have found PDF files that clearly show that in the Army and the Navy, they have CIA divisions, and I'm pretty sure the helicopters that have flown over me might probably be that, and it's CIA run. You got, you
Hello?
know, Frank, you have to think back on who killed JFK, number one. Who really killed him? How did they get away with it? Why did they kill him? And again, how did they get away with that? You understand? Up in Washington, they killed, whether you liked him or not. He was our president, and he gave speech saying we were in big trouble. He said they would not be guerrillas. They wouldn't be armies coming down the streets. He said they'd be guerrillas by night, you know, infiltrating. And he knew they, you know, I mean, I'm not kidding. Listen to that. Really study what he said, and you'll be like, wow.
Yeah, I know all his speeches almost by heart.
Uh-huh. And then 10 days later, when he gave that last one, they killed him.
Because he was a senator from Boston. So
Yeah, him and his brother, they got rid of both of them because they, you know, Eisenhower right before him, it appears in my research that behind the scenes, and don't think they didn't, behind the scenes, they knew they had a problem. And Eisenhower gave that last speech on the military-industrial complex, and don't think they didn't. You know, go back to the CIA. Where did they come from? How were they formed? They were formed from one place only. They were formed from the Nazi SS. They came in World War II along with, it was Project Paperclip was much bigger. At the same time, right after that, go back and look at Bush Sr.'s father, Prescott Bush. He was governor of Connecticut. He was found guilty of trading with the enemy. He was a banker and investor on both sides, including the Hitler side. And he was
I
found
just want
guilty.
to reaffirm what you're saying. My research has shown much the same thing, and I lost great grandparents in Auschwitz, so I am actually really concerned that whole time, all the way up until now, including the present administration, is the Nazi rise doing their best to take over the world.
Yes. If you listen to Elena Freeland and all her research, and she's an author as well, and she's heavy into all this, she's really got our backs. She says her research clearly shows, like mine does, that they're more than likely second and third generation from that era. They kept it, yeah. And Kennedy said they were in secret societies to keep it secret. Now, my uncle was a Freemason, okay, but he was low level. You know, he went there to have a beer, very rare, and he felt cool because he was a member of a secret thing. But he in no way had anything to do with the higher level. Like when you get up to 32nd, 33 degree, you're up there. And they're not going to let anybody up there. And that's what Kennedy said. He said it, secret societies. He said it. And that's how they kept it. And if you go up to D.C., everything up there is Freemasonic. All of it, Rosicrucian. And, you know, we're dealing with the Bushes, and all of them, they were Skull and Bones. It's all one and the same. You know, what I have found, they're basically all interconnected, and it's how they kept it secret. And they made buku money in the military industrial complex. Big. When they came out of Germany, they actually probably, like you were talking IBM, they're the ones that did the numbers on everybody. See, I grew up with a Hebrew gal, was my friend, 2 doors down, and her mother became my best friend. They were Jewish. They were real Hebrew. And her mother would sit with me with the Bible and help me study it. They were cool, you know. And it made me, I respected everybody. I grew up in a melting pot. So I had black friends, white friends, Catholics, atheists. You know what I mean? We hung out on the corner and everything was cool. And we talked about a lot of things. And we grew up near D.C. I even would ride the train through there, and senators' sons would get on the beer car. Boy, you got a lot out of them when they were drinking, you know. And so they had the Washington Baltimore Pike at that time, and we used to say everything comes down the pike. We heard everything. So I knew as a teenager that we had something bad going on. You know, and we tried, you know, yeah, I don't know. Wow. But I'm sorry for that. You're right. You know, when I hear people deny the you know, the camps over there and the horrific things that happen, I get upset. My 3 uncles fought in World War II, and I know, you know, that it's true. All you know, the bodies piled up. I've seen the photos.
Well, we don't even have to look that far back for the younger generation as well. We had 9/11, in my opinion, and so many other people that was the same group. I see the connections.
Right.
The Nazi gold was stolen out from underneath. You know, Deutsche Bank was involved in the. I don't want to say. I just said too much. I meant to say that Nazi gold was stolen out from underneath, but the Deutsche Bank connection is too hard to express. I'm sorry.
Have to. Those of us that are Americans, we were not even born, a lot of us, and we were children when Kennedy was killed, and we have to realize that our country was infiltrated quietly. Kennedy told us they would not be armies coming down the street by day. They'd be guerrillas by night. And he begged them not to stifle dissent. So, you know, we have to look and say, okay, the U.S. brought them in. Come on, you got to admit, Project Paperclip, they brought them in, didn't they?
They brought 26 scientists, and the idea was this. They came in with a German soiled identity. They put a brand new identity on paper over it and paperclip them together. That's where it got its name. But I didn't know that the CIA was comprised of Nazis. That's
yeah,
new.
the Dulles brothers.
Okay.
I mean, they got
Can I bounce a thought off of you guys? I kind of see something similar happening with Netanyahu in Israel. I do feel like Zionism is a smokescreen for Nazism, and what better place to hide than behind Jewish people saying, "Oh, okay, if you're angry at us, go ahead and kill us because we hate Jews, and if you're not angry at us, you're anti-Semitic for saying such a thing." Because we love Jews, and I see that happening with Trump and Bush. And the first thing Trump did was forgive Bush for all his past sins and his future sins after criticizing him in the trail to the White House. It seems all orchestrated.
Zionism is not a religion.
I looked at the pictures of the Gaza Strip in that entire area there. I mean, Israel totally destroyed that place. There's nothing left. I don't blame them for being bullshit. Excuse my English. There's nothing left. Palestine, there is nothing left down there.
And that's sad, and it's been blown to bits so many times. What are they? I just read a story. It's just horrible. The military went over there and they one foot and they shot and killed a mother, a grandmother, a mother, and 5 children, 5 and 3-year-old and 2 and 1. And you can see them all. They handcuffed them first, and then they shot them point blank in the head. And there was a lot of, the Iraqis were getting upset, so they flew helicopters in and blasted the place to bits to get rid of the evidence. I posted that story on my website the other day. It's heartbreaking. And the children, I mean, they handcuffed them and then shot them in the head.
Did you get a load of the video that I have on Facebook? Just go to Targeted Massachusetts.
Okay.
I think the group or the page, and there is a video right posted at the top, and you will be amazed when you watch that.
Thank you. I will. We have to what we're really dealing with are neocons. They came in, under Cheney. Bush Jr. couldn't have directed a paper bag. He was just a puppet up there. He was reading the book, the infamous book down there in Florida, and they came in and told him the country was under attack, and he just sat there like, and look at the expression. He wasn't running things. And it was Senior that came out a couple of days later and said, I'm going to fly planes to show you how it's safe. Yeah, they knew it was safe because they did it. It was an inside job. I mean, we have to admit that. So if 9/11 was an inside job, we got a coup in our face right there. Period. There's no other way to look at it. And they took over the opposition, which
I would have had more faith in the Democrats if they would have come out blaming the Trump administration and the Bush administration for 9/11 than going after Russia through Trump. I understand why they did it, because people weren't ready to blame their own government, but all they have to clarify is that it was an infiltration and show the Nazi roots as well as the Israeli roots, but they're Nazi roots is what it is, hiding behind Israel.
You can look up Russell Tice, NSA whistleblower. It's like he's went under the radar. He was the first one before Biney. And he was running the satellites and the paperwork in front of him. And he said they were going after everybody. You ought to hear top generals, high-level judges, lawyers, law firms, activists, you name it. And that I'm one of them.
Huggy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's goodness sake. I'm glad you brought up Russell Tice, because he was like, I think the first NSA whistleblower, and a lot of people are not familiar with him outing them. And he even had crossed his desk all the data on Obama when Obama was the senator of Illinois. And he didn't like it at all. And they went after him a lot. I know that Karen Stewart is able to get a hold of him, but he kind of stays in the background, so to speak. But he's a really good guy, and I'm glad you bring up his name because a lot of people don't know about him. And I just wanted to go ahead.
I listened to several of them again today, but I had listened to them years ago, right after my targeting. He talks about, he gives you hope. I mean, he lets you know that the majority of them had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. And if you listen to the Russia TV interview, young gal interview him, she gets right to it and says, but why did they do all this? He even talks about 9/11. Why?
Right.
And that's the part where, you have to, they took over everything. They took over NORCOM, Northern Command, NORAD. They had it all set up. I mean, they
Oh,
flew the
yeah.
plane. They flew the planes right over the Navy, the main Navy air building into the Pentagon. Come on.
He
I
must
grew
have
up in
been some kind of,
Maryland. It was the most protected airspace in the world, and the first thing I thought
right.
of was, "Where's NORAD? What the? There's no way they got even into New York." And we have satellite surveillance everywhere. And suddenly the Americans became those. We're going to surveil everybody. And then they did it to Canada and the whole world. And what they did was they blackmailed everybody with the satellites.
Right.
And they can do mind control as well. And I've witnessed it. And it was all over money. And when
Yeah,
Well,
I
they get
the
paid. These
the
people are your
2.3
clients.
trillion dollars missing from the Pentagon was being audited in the one little sliver that was, of course, bombed by the according to the narrative, the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. The one department that was auditing, trying to find the missing 2.3 trillion dollars, was the department that was destroyed. I mean, it is so deep and obvious that I don't understand when somebody like David Pacman says, how can Mike Gravel think it's an inside job? To me, after you do your research, it's obvious it's an inside job or an infiltration from Nazis or Illuminati or whatever.
Well, it had been infiltrated. That's what JFK was trying to tell us. Behind the
Right.
scenes, what Eisenhower was shaking hands with the enemy and didn't know it at first. He didn't know. By the time he's getting ready to leave office, he knew we were in trouble, and that's why he gave that infamous speech about he warned us about the dangers, his words, dangers of the industrial complex. And behind the scenes, they brought in Kennedy and his son, who were not Freemasons or anything. The father made a lot of bad deals to get up high, and he pushed his sons up into it. But they were not going to participate in any of it. The more research I did, Kennedy and his brother were true patriots and knew they had a target on their back. They knew. They were doing the right thing for this country, and we haven't had a legitimate government since at all. Bush Sr. has ran the whole thing behind the scenes. That comes from some insiders that are talking over at SoundCloud, and that matches, And then when he died recently, Veterans Day said we couldn't say anything until he died, that he was the #1 Nazi operative of the world. And there are pictures of him in a Nazi Navy outfit sitting with Mengele and Bowman and Skorzeny, Skorzeny gave everything over to his daughter's boyfriend, who was a journalist. He gave it all over. He was mad at Bush over money. And he gave pictures and documents, showed they killed Tesla. He admitted he killed Tesla with Bowman. They went in and killed him. And Bush
That
Sr. gave.
Alan Dulles was a Nazi too.
All right, all of them. Look how many airports are named after Dulles. I mean, come on, the Dulles.
Oh, I know, it's sickening.
Right.
On the other side of it, there's a lot of good people that really deserve to hear that they're not as marginalized as they think they are sometimes, and it's important even for the TI community to help maintain the critical mass, because as soon as people feel isolated, it's really much more hopeless feeling, that divide and conquer mentality. Because even within the current Democrats and progressive Democrats and other people around the world, there's hope to rise up against these regimes, whether we label them Nazi or Saudi Arabia for killing all those people or Bolsonaro for just being such a fascist. The point is there is a clearness to the evil that is nice to see the difference between what the evil is and how many people we actually have opposing that evil.
Right. Russ Tice says that he found only one person, and he was coming in late at night under Cheney, and he blamed Cheney. He said it was Cheney who ran, and everything points to Cheney running the whole deal on 9/11. But he said one person was coming into the NSA and doing things that under Cheney. So, and it's not all of them, it's not the most of them, and it's not right. So, and they're afraid a lot. And up in DC, I have a lot of them. What they did is they poisoned them. They put something in their drink, and they took compromising photos of them with naked children, the whole bit, and blackmail rose, and that's a problem we have. Blackmail, and they put a lot of people in place, lobbyists, that big money war, the war machine. So I think we have a problem with people afraid to come forward.
Huggy?
Yeah. We have targets that are CIA targets. We have FBI targets, Gerald Sosby. We have targets, FBI. I knew an FBI son. He's dead now. I haven't spoken to him in about 3 years. He died. He was being targeted so bad, it was heartbreaking. He said they killed his father.
Mike German, too.
Really? Because that's the first person I contacted when this all started.
No, Mike German left the FBI and then went over to ACLU because of the FBI being criminals.
Well, they were all infiltrated.
Guys, I just wanted to tell you guys, I spoke with Deputy Director in ACLU, Nazrat Chaudhuri. Yeah, and I spoke with him yesterday, and it is in the courts for all of our targeting. But he told me to look up Section 223. It's for all target individuals. It went into law to help us against anybody being targeted. Can legally to Section 223.
Section 223.
And it seemed like as soon as I started talking, telling my news here, I hear this perp the call now that's messing up. I hear the phone messing up now.
Yeah, can you repeat? I'm hearing noises. Can you repeat again where I would find that? One more time.
Section 223.
Of what?
What part of Section 2 Code 223?
Just up on the ACLU, look up Section 223. I didn't. I mean, the only thing I got was his name. And he's in New York. I called the New York office because I can get nobody in Miami or Tampa.
What's the name? What is the name, hon?
Section 223. Let me spell you the name out. It's N as in Nancy, U S R A T. That's the first name. Last name CH O U D as in dog, HURY. Deputy Director, ACLU.
Well,
and he
thank
said,
you,
Section 223.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah,
oh, you're welcome. But look that up, though. He told me to tell you guys when I talk, look it up, and say, hang in there, hang in there.
Last
but it's in the courts.
I spoke a couple of times to a pretty popular, who doesn't come out much, Robert Duncan O'Finian. He's a super soldier, or he was, until he broke free. And they shot him 6 times last year, and he made it through. He's a tough guy. I spoke with him a couple of times, and he said we are part of what they go through. Same thing, except they take them on. They grab them as children. And some of them they grab out of orphanages, a lot of them, and they take them underground into the labs, military labs, DUMBs, deep underground military bases. And he said they're Nazis. I heard
CPS too, Huggy. CPS, Child Protective Services. They grab them from there too.
Well, there we go. It explains all the missing children, and suddenly they took them off the milk cartons. It sounds silly. But, there's an Og Telez out here. He's got a website, and he looks into the camera. He's begging for attention. He said they grabbed him up as a child and took him down. The military grabbed him, and he said it's not. He says the Nazis. You can hear him in many exposés. He's looking into the camera, and he said everybody knows it's the Nazis. His words. I also spoke with DARPA members. Lauda Leon. She goes under Sovereign KI on YouTube. She's pretty in there deep, but she also says they're Nazis. She said the same thing, her and her husband. And he's under Project Pegasus. She will not say what project she's under DARPA. And she was sitting out, and her husband was filming her in a park. And here comes a motorcycle and a helicopter. And I'm thinking, my God, that's me. And she said, that's DARPA. And she said it several times. That's DARPA. And that's what I get. Same thing. I had NSA DARPA on me, and they went out of their way to let me know day one. Of course, they chased me out of state, and I ended up with the CIA. And that's when things got really. And I traced I traced several calls when it first started hacking into my computer and phone, and strange people are, I can look back and say it was PSYOP, a woman, and took a house over behind me, and I knew, and this is when I'm getting scared, you know what I mean? I know they're coming down on me because I was in a lawsuit and it came out of Washington, D.C. And I knew that they screwed the whole thing up as I got close to getting into court because I was going to win, period, 100%. It's your fault. You killed my husband. And I didn't realize, I'm up against a Rothschild, JP Morgan's. It did go through, they held me up Wall Street for 4 years on a stupid bankruptcy thing, anything to stretch it out. And I'm telling you, they came out, I even witnessed it, and I heard something I guess I shouldn't have, that they were going to destroy me. I mean, it's kind of like a catch-22, but I heard it, and I started whistleblowing everywhere. I went to some of the biggest lawyers around, and everybody knew, but they weren't going to go there. Even my senator. My state senator was with me all them years. He knew things were wrong, and at the end, they blackmailed him. They were throwing pictures of him all over the papers as a drunk, and he went silent on me. Then the cops were coming by at nighttime telling me things. It's not all of them. There's certain kind of cops they started bringing in. They replaced 7 cops, in their words, one failed swoop, and they were doing it all around the country and bringing in a certain type of cop. And that's when
I want to interject. When I was in Florida, there's a huge rash of police suicides, and I just don't feel that was normal. And of course, the news was covering it as it was not normal, but they were still labeling it suicide. I have a feeling it's connected to something like what you're talking about.
Exactly. When Robert Duncan O'Finian said they're grabbing so many of them up, taking them underground, and they're so microchipped down there. They're hooked to the artificial intelligence supercomputers. Even that gal talks about it, Sovereign Key, Lauda Leon, that's all they did. They were not allowed to communicate in any other way except through that artificial, and it was in their environment on top of it. And it's a wonder that any of them make it up. And then they were releasing them, and you can hear this from other people as well that were investigating Fort Bragg, which had everything to do with me as well. Fort Bragg is CIA, Air Force, Army. That's the truth. NSA. I know because I got my dog down here and I was making friends with the NSA's son, a high level, his son and daughter-in-law, and I watched them turn on me overnight. Just right for him, but snap your finger. They were taking over. I didn't know there was chemtrails and all kind of frequencies in the air either, and satellites and UAVs and, cell towers, and it was a perfect, we're living in a perfect environment where they can take anybody over. Plus, we're all nanotech from the food and all the synthetic spraying, synthetic telepathy, synthetic biology, biotech, which
Isn't DARPA basically a bunch of scientists? I mean, they're actually not agents in the field, are they?
Yeah, when it comes to grabbing up for them big, we're talking, Frank, we're talking trillions of dollars and lots of investors, and half of Silicon Valley's involved as well. And yes, it's medical. According to scientist Bella, he's one of many, and Ella Freeland, and my own, everything points to medical, scientific.
Can you send me documents on that too? I'd love
Yeah,
to
I'll put it.
present.
Yeah, I'll send you some links to the PDFs as well, like that Elena Freeland put together. Major
Great.
references. She's got tons of references online as well. Tons of them.
We'll have to get you as a guest sometime on radio, and you can do some damage.
When you look back on conspiracy theories with former governor of Connecticut, and he was a former Navy SEAL, Jesse Ventura. And he was showing in his last 4 shows when they finally cut him. He interviewed. It started out with a cop who was targeted, and then next thing you know, he's got 3 people from up in, I think, Michigan that was targeted, and they were all 9/11 kind of just signed a petition kind of thing, and their lives were destroyed and ruined overnight, you know. And he even shows where she shows her radiation blanket. She says how they light her up at night, and she showed her boots she had to wear, and they walked to the tower and talked about it. The next show, he interviews the guy that did the direct energy weapons for the military. He was dead 2 days later. The third one he shows in Colorado, where it's like a continuation where that creepy airport is. And he makes it to a makeshift $1 million house. It's just concrete. There's no floors, nothing inside. And they're living underground. They're underneath they're deep underground. And he was showing that. And when I forget what the 4th show was, and that's when he got cut. And I remember his final statement. I'll never forget it. I read it and I thought, I got to hear him say this. And I heard him say it. He said he was taking his family, going down South America because he didn't want the drones to get him. They were his words. And, you know, I'm like, we're living Orwellian, you know, it's Orwell. So it makes me wonder how many other, you know, how even Dr. Robert Duncan said all his friends left the country at a certain time and he chose to stay. Yeah, so I did hear a lot of people were leaving the country.
And Ralph Nader's daughter left the country to go to Ethiopia on the plane, and that plane was taken down similarly to the way that the missing MH370 was taken down, the Malaysian plane with the connections to the Carlyle Group and George Bush and George Bush Sr. I don't know if that's a proven connection that they killed Nader's daughter, but it sure is evil and sort of frustrating. And I do love Jesse Ventura. He was interested in running for president on the Green Party ticket. I would vote for him. I think he's awesome. But we definitely need more people, and we need to be able to support our leaders. One of the criticisms that Cynthia McKinney said in 2008 was this: we're trying to start a movement here. We've got to support our leaders and really, really protect them. Otherwise, we lose the key pieces, the key people that are making the moves. And then on the other side of it, when the base is disbanded or infiltrated like they've done in the Green Party, you know, Cynthia was upset because she said, when this person won't talk to that person and that person won't talk to this person, it's really frustrating. We've got to keep a cohesive organization together. She was frustrated with the situation, but what I see is it was infiltrated. I see it was COINTELPRO. I see it was here in North Carolina. They disbanded the Buncombe Green Party during a crucial 2016 election. You know, I had to quit. They were so infiltrated. To me, as soon as it's an organized crime thing, and as soon as you get close to affecting any change, they take you out. I am still trying to be optimistic because there's got to be hope, and there's so many good people. Hopefully we can turn it around, but it is scary.
You know, I even was reading that the CIA members and groups went overseas to the other CIA, the ones that run the prisons over there. And they actually got so sick they had to leave. So even they couldn't stop a certain particular group that's torturing people. And I live by them, and they torture them even in taxis to get them to the airport. They can't wait to get them on the damn plane to torture them. And
how reliable are these sources? Because we're recording and we're speaking to a lot of people, so we need to know who these sources are that you have.
You can go many places. go to North Carolina, look up North Carolina Stop Torture, and these are activists and members of the community down there in North Carolina. This happened in Smithfield, Johnston County, North Carolina. And
Okay.
that's where Aero Airport is, which is a front for the CIA, the torture rendition airport. It's infamous down there, and they are connected with Fort Bragg.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious. I always love to have sources so I can go after them later on and present them.
You'll find a lot of sources on that. They have numerous websites with photos, and you can contact them, and they document it out there. And they're constantly protesting. They've tried to close the place down. They went into the fences. You can see the filming. It's over at YouTube and on their website. And
Hey, Frank. My source was the research that I did online, and I see that the Boeing plane. The Boeing 737 went down with Ralph Nader's daughter. I have not done enough thorough research, but I did connect it, at least in theory, to the MH370, the missing Malaysian plane that had patents from the Carlyle Group. They were doing semiconductor patents. They had engineers from IBM and that kind of thing. You can dig into that missing Malaysian plane, MH370. I really do feel intuitively, I don't have 100% connection, that there may be a connection between the Carlyle Group, the missing MH370, and potentially even the Boeing issues these days with people going down that are connected to high-level people like Ralph Nader. It would be nice to put those pieces together with 100% fact. I'm just speculating, so I wanted to clarify that I'm speculating.
Okay. So the Carlyle Group. All right. Well, that's great. Thank you so much, because I love to see like links go in the chat, and so that I can. What I do is I'll snap on the link and let it go in the browser, then shut the browser down, so that I can. Goodness gracious! What kind of headphones do you have? Goodness.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You know what? I thought I was muted, and I'm typing little messages here. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, that's okay.
I will mute myself. Oh, my bad. So sorry, everyone.
That's okay. We just didn't know where it was coming from. I kind of thought it was you, but then I saw your little microphone open up, and you're bagged. You bad. So, welcome Neal Chevrier to the call. He just came in for a visit.
Frank, this is Jason from Denver.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, pretty good. How about you?
Oh, okay. I'm all right.
All right. I had, these guys are muting me out somehow. They got my iPhone and they're muting me when I don't even know it, and I have to unmute myself. So let me know if you can't hear me anymore. Okay?
All right. Will do.
Okay. I got two important questions. I don't know if you know Richard Garcia in Denver, but not Rich, Steve Garcia. In Denver, it's a friend of Laura's, but we started doing the Lookout for Charlie cleanse, and I didn't seem to be peeling as fast as he did, so I tried the lime sulfur dip. Do you know, I tried it once today. I think Laura explained it to me, and I know she's out at the convention now. But so I went ahead and tried it today. And what I do you know how that actually works? Because I did take the Epsom salt bath like she said to start. I went ahead and poured the sulfur over me when I was dry, and until I was dry. After about 10 minutes, I rinsed it off, and then I stunk. That stuff stinks pretty bad. It smells like a rotten egg, and I went then. So I rinsed myself. I scrubbed myself a little with palm olive, the orange kind, and rinsed it off. But do you believe I did that right, or do you know anything about that one?
As far as knowing anything about that, I really don't get in too much to that. I'm listening to see, what is successful and what isn't. But I think if you want clarification, I think you should go to the source. Laura's not on here tonight. I don't know where she is.
She is at the rally in
California.
Yeah. Yeah. She went down. Yeah. So that's the biggest rally in California, or maybe history so far. But they got everybody down there. They got scientists. They got so she says scientists, activists, doctors, everybody. Everybody is down there. That's important. And well, I heard the good news that they are, or they did, outlaw direct energy weapons in Florida and in Michigan.
Oh yeah. When did they do that? Oh yeah. When that happened?
That's what Laura told me. She takes phone calls every day.
That's news to me. I'm in Florida, and that's news to me. That'd be great.
Oh wait, no, not Florida. I'm sorry, California.
Okay,
California.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I got one more question. Yeah. Sorry about that misstatement. I got one more question for you, Frank. I'm wondering about what is it? Dr. Kathleen Horton papers. I went ahead and there's opportunity to print those out, since I went ahead and been kicked off my email so many times. They just redo my password. So are you able to finish that Kathleen Horton affidavit by print, or by pencil or pen, or do you know? They kicked me off.
Hello? Hello, is anyone there?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jason. What you need to do is take the first page, attach a picture to it, a good picture, have it notarized, and then upload the first page and click attach to document.
I think he got bumped off, Frank.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we got so many in here. Well, there's a few J's in there. We got Janie, we got Jay, Joseph, Journey. Oh, that's it for J's. I guess we did lose him. Oh well, he'll be back.
Hi, this is Lisa. Is there a second to talk about?
Hey, Frank, they're disconnected me. Can you go ahead and what do you call it? Unprint Dr. Kathleen Horton's deal out and do it by hand instead of computer.
Should do it. Should do it. You're going to have to mail it to Switzerland.
Okay, but you can do it by hand too.
That's not in the protocol. No.
Oh, okay, because it was like an option to print, or you could print it off or do it by computer. And I know these guys always get into the computers every time.
While you were offline, a young lady started to speak, and as soon as she gets through speaking, you can continue. Okay, Jason?
Okay.
All right.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, I appreciate it. Okay, so I just wanted to know about, if anybody is aware of the Free Will Society Safe Haven. I'm actually been kind of actively looking for a place to live, and I had to leave California because it was really awful there with the gang stalking. So I don't know, I just looked up something about a sort of a safe haven in Washington, the state of Washington, and it's like on a peninsula, and I don't know if anybody's. I mean, just packing up and moving. I've done it so many times in the last year that it's anybody experienced?
I just came back from a trip to Florida. I needed to get away from the winter. I'm in Asheville, North Carolina, and I do have extra room. I'd be open to meeting or talking more via phone or email to see if it's a good match to come visit here. But it's a possibility to come visit here for a stay. That's all I can say.
Oh, that's nice. You have an extra room. Is it?
I have a large house. Yeah. I live in a 3-story Deltec home. It's a roundhouse on the edge of a beautiful forest. There's no 5G nearby. There's the closest cell phone tower is pretty far away. I don't feel targeted in my own house, but there are moments when I can't tell if it's something or not. I don't know. But I like living here a lot.
Yeah, and
it's
in Wyoming.
Plenty of room.
So you have good thing you have a house, no attached walls, and
it's round. I live in a roundhouse, 3-story roundhouse with 4 bathrooms and 3 bedrooms.
Okay. What was your name?
Journey. And I don't mind if you want to take my phone number, or if Frank could be a mediator to pass on my phone number to you, and or the other way around, your phone number back to me. I just don't want to share more than my nickname over the public space. I'm happy to connect individually with permission.
I can give you my number. I mean, I put it on Meetup for support to other TIs.
Well, I'd rather you give it to Frank via text or something, and then Frank could send it to me, and vice versa. I'd be happy to send my number. I think Frank has my number. Frank, you have my permission to share my number or email with, what's your name again?
I'm Lisa.
Lisa, and I go by Journey. So I'm happy to share my info with you, and we can talk off the main.
Okay.
This is more of a personal connection than something that should be broadcast, right? So.
Send your number to Frank.
And even if you don't want to come here, I have some advice potentially, but I don't have too many specifics of good places to go. I think it'd be great if there was a website list of safe places. That would be awesome.
I just found the Free Will Society. I was just checking things out, and there's 6 or 7 places throughout the United States that are either renting. They're not actually called Safe Haven, except this one place in Washington by Mr. Sweeney. I don't know if anybody's heard of it, but it's on a peninsula. So he says the way it's set up, it's only a population of 2,000 people, and it's surrounded by bodies of water, so the gang stalkers will have to take a boat, and you can see them coming. And
well, if you
I think,
feel safe in the ocean like that, I'm up on a mountain because I don't feel safe isolated like
Yeah.
that. I did go to spend some time in Hawaii, and I got beaten and tortured and locked up in
Yeah.
Hawaii. I was trying to get out of America, and I got to Hawaii, and it was just like Skynet. Somehow they found me on a private road when nobody knew I was there, and they were telling me they knew my name, and it was weird. I don't want to talk too much about that right now, but
Yeah.
I feel more comfortable in the mountains because it's solid ground underneath. But I think the point is there's not a whole lot of safe spaces, so to have a good list is important. I do have a lot of suggestions of like intentional communities and stuff like that. I'm personally looking for a vegan community, but in terms of something that caters to TIs, that's a great resource if there's one that you're aware of. Thank you for sharing.
Okay, Lisa,
Okay.
do I have
Yeah,
your?
Frank.
I'm not sure. I have a lot of Lisas. Okay.
Well, okay. With Derek at PAX, I gave him my phone number. But I don't think I.
Just email me at frank@targetedmassachusetts.org.
Frank at targetedmassachusetts.org. Okay.
Right.
Okay, I will do that.
And then I will share that with Journey, and I will also share your email address if you don't mind.
Yeah, I try to avoid email because it keeps getting hacked into a lockdown.
I prefer a phone call too. I'd rather talk on the phone than do email. I'd prefer talking over text if possible. And I have a cell phone and I have a landline. And Frank, I'll send you my. Well, actually, you know what? I'm just going to stick with my cell phone right now. I can connect via my home number later, potentially, but I don't want to list my home number, honestly.
Yeah, I don't mind giving out my cell number. I'm probably going to change it anyway. So I could give that out if anybody really needs.
And I'm willing, Frank, you can share my number with Lisa too. I just don't want to give it over the phone out so easily. Sorry.
Don't blame you a bit.
Frank, what if I just give mine out right now? That way, I mean, because I don't know about the email. It gets intercepted, rerouted.
It's up to you, and I would write it down and call you back whenever you want me to. Just let me know when. Or over the, it's up to you. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well just give it out because it's not like the gang stalkers don't know it already. So 307 389 0165.
Okay, I got it. When would you like me to call you?
Tonight is fine for after we get off, maybe an hour extra or something. I'll be up late. Otherwise, tomorrow evening.
Okay. Let's let this call go back to the main group rather than spend too much time. But as soon as this call's over, I'll give you a call. My name is Journey. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Journey.
It's great to have. Go ahead, Neal.
This is Neal. Can I connect with you too? I'm in Florida, and I'm being.
Did we connect already? Did you call me that one time, or I think we did talk, right? And you have my number or not?
I don't remember. My memory's really awful, and I just deal with so many people. I don't remember if we did connect.
About a week ago, I could have sworn you called me and we had a really good conversation about a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, sorry, 2 weeks ago. Maybe 2.5 weeks ago.
Sure it was me?
No, I'm not 100% sure because my memory is not so great either. I got a massive headache right now.
Sorry to hear that. Well, I'm in Florida, and I've got.
I'm not in Florida anymore, but if you need to, I'm not in Florida anymore. I'm in North Carolina.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm asking, because I'm looking to move from Florida to somewhere around Asheville.
I'd be willing to connect and try to help communicate and maybe facilitate some help getting to places around here. On the other side of this conversation, because I can't connect with everybody, and I'm a little nervous to connect with complete strangers, by the way, but the easy thing to do for anybody, if they want to deal with it, they may not want to deal with it, is Airbnb. Other than that, if you want even more privacy, yeah, it's better to connect with individuals and then network that way, and you know, go to a hotel or go to a local safe place. It's not easy to, I mean, that's the system. It's not easy to just pick up and be a nomad anymore. I wish there was room for that kind of thing. I was looking into what China's doing in terms of the homelessness initiative and taking care of their poverty. And I actually texted somebody in China saying, you know, it's great that you want to offer people in poverty assistance, but please remember that some of these people that are out in these wilderness areas that consider themselves nomads want to be nomads. And if you're going to force them out of their land with the guys that you're trying to help them survive poverty, make sure they agree. And of course, the response was angry, because they, just like here in the United States, when people think they're doing a service, they don't like to be called out on the problems that make it actually not a service, you know, where it becomes actually something that's more of torture than actually a service. If you're going against somebody's free will, it's not really right. But yeah, Frank, if you want to share my number or email with Neal, that's fine too. I don't mind chatting. I prefer to talk on the phone, so the cell phone number, Frank, if you have it, you're welcome to. Same kind of way. I prefer to go through a mediator rather than just put all my information out there. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's great. No,
Hey,
it's
Frank, do you mind if I finish my question? Okay, so it looks like the only thing with that Kathleen Horton questionnaire is that computer is the only option, huh?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I just I know that it's hard when they mess with computers, and I hate to get to the last page and then we erase the whole thing, or I lose the whole thing, you know. So, but yeah, I hear you. I know I'm at least in Denver, and I did try to stay with another TI. I'll tell you what, we're both getting attacked so hard. It was unbelievable. They don't like TIs hanging out with other TIs. But that's my experience in Denver. It's brutal.
And I can confirm a similar experience, honestly. So whether or not it's 100% proven, I can't. But my experience has been somebody who identified themselves as a TI. We tried to get together and hang out, and she was also a vegan, so it was a nice person to try to meet. But as soon as she came over, just like all this crazy stuff started happening. It was really intense, and it ended up that she left accusing me of being a perp, and I was like, okay, there's nothing I can say. I'm not. Please take care of yourself. Take care of, I wish you the best. And I was concerned about her, and she was concerned about some kind of crazy noise and feeling like she was being stalked, and there was some kind of loud noise that was bothering her. She had issues with her car. She went out to a campsite and said there were people trying to kick her out of her house, and it was intense. and I really feel bad for her. Because she identified herself as TI too, and all I can do is respect, because I understand it's a scary situation, and if she's dealing with whatever she's dealing with, I was dealing with whatever I was dealing with, and recently, short time before, the thing gets so deep and scary that I don't even really want to talk about it, because there's just too many things that, if true, I can't prove it, first of all, but if true, it's so upsetting to see what this targeting system does. And murder is the issue. Now, this TI was not murdered, the one I'm talking about that just left my house. And if she's scared, good. I'm glad she took care of herself, because I'm not a perp, and I had no interest in scaring her. But I'm sad that she got scared and left. But at least she's taking care of herself. That's the good. Everybody's got to remember, is as isolated or as divide and conquer as it might feel, you've got to be your own best friend. That's good advice for anybody. But it is true. If there is strength in numbers, if people can get together and organize, it's important if possible. But at the same time, how do you trust? It's good to be skeptical if there's a intuition or whatever. And the lady I was talking to claimed to be a psychic. So her intuition was saying, I can't be here right now. And so I honor that, I expressed to her that I felt like it was probably the targeting. They don't want us to cohabitate, honestly. And I've had that experience. My ex-girlfriend, who I told I loved her all the time, beautiful young model, 22-year-old, had everything going for her. They put her through the mental institution. Then she came back and was dating me again, living at my house. She ended up, we had to break up. I broke up with her because she was threatening to kill herself, and she threatened to kill me. She literally sprayed me in the face with mace 5 minutes before she was, my girlfriend. And I wished her the best, but I had to break up with her. She left. She went out with some other guy, which is a friend of mine, and good for her. I was like, okay, take care of yourself. I know you've been through a lot. We tried. It didn't work. You smashed up all my things. I wish you the best.
Man.
I think it's a targeting system. Her mother paid for everything. I'm more friends with her mother now than I am with her, in part because, and I hate to be so open and honest about this, but better to be open and honest than leave doubt. When she was dating the other guy, a friend of mine, in February of last year or the year before, I think it was the year before, she had her own apartment, and according to her mom and the police report, she closed up the entire apartment so that there was no air coming in. She was by herself, and she lit a charcoal briquette and apparently died of carbon monoxide asphyxiation. And according to the autopsy and according to the police report and according to her mother, it was suicide. And I have talked extensively to her mother. I feel it's a targeted thing. I feel like she had everything going for her. Why in the world would she kill herself? But it looks like a suicide. And that, to me, even is trauma-based mind control in relation to me and in relation to my friend who she dated after she dated me. And of course, in relation to her, because she's dead. But according to yes, apparently, and the proof looks as though she literally killed herself, and she's threatened to kill herself many times. But I want to read between the lines, because she went through the mental institution. Before she went through the mental institution, she was an amazing person. When she went through the mental institution, all of a sudden changed person. Threatening to kill herself a lot, threatening to kill me a lot, threatening to kill her other previous boyfriend a lot. I feel it's a targeting thing. Either they were targeting through her to attack me and her other ex-boyfriend, or all of the above, just targeting all of us. And I am friends with the mother who also lost her husband during that same time. Her husband died of what I would call targeting also, but you know, they don't want it to look that way. They want it to look like Parkinson's. They want it to look like, you know, dementia. They want it to look like old age. But these people aren't old. My astrological teacher, a vegan, was killed by chemotherapy. Vegans shouldn't get cancer. He got cancer. He listened to the doctors, and the doctors killed him. The list goes on, and some of it obviously can't be proven. But when you look at the extent of all the deaths from 2019 all the way back into the 60s, and it's very well documented, it's a sick epidemic, and it really needs to be on a national stage in the Justice Department to be prosecuted. This is a court case that has to happen for the sake of all these beautiful people that were murdered. They were murdered.
Yeah.
You know, and people are still being murdered and slow killed, and it's not okay at all, let alone just trying to be friends. And you know, I'm kicked out of the one place I can eat. It's a vegan restaurant. I got kicked out. Okay. I think that was because I'm a targeted individual. And then I start talking like I'm a targeted individual. All of a sudden I'm kicked out of my only social space. Then I'm going to this one place I can eat, and then I'm kicked out of there. And it's not just me talking too much, which was the excuse for kicking me out. Meanwhile, the comparative justice of getting kicked out of a vegan restaurant for being a long-time paying customer and talking too much to the bartender was the only reason I was given. Somebody's drunk and puking and breaking things all over the place and being disorderly, and they don't get kicked out. It's definitely something weird. And, you know, kicked out of the social scene, kicked out of another vegan restaurant. You know, this is too much. And then I start talking about being a targeted individual. All of a sudden, I'm supposed to be DJing somewhere, and the guy that booked it cancels at the very last second, 5 minutes before I'm about to go on. It's like in those moments, I swear, it's like they flicked a switch like the Matrix and took over these people. It is so much of a nightmare that I have to verbalize some of it.
I think looking at from the outside is they want to shrink your world. They want you alone.
Yeah.
They don't want you talking to anybody.
Isolation, divide and conquer. I mean, the same kind of thing with my family. I can't have a normal conversation with my family without an argument. It's insane. Even tonight. Now, the good news is I've managed to stay close to my family, but it's close in its divide, because we just can't. We were trying to eat dinner tonight, but we couldn't. They had to go to a separate restaurant. At least we're still trying. You know, that's the good thing about my family is we make an effort, even though we argue constantly. And I do feel like some of that is some kind of program. My dad's been through electroconvulsive therapy. My best friend in high school has been through 6 electroconvulsive therapy. You know, they do function through the mental institution in a lot of ways, in my opinion. And I'm really outspoken about it, and I think that's why things have been relatively easier. I think the important thing when you find yourself in one of those situations is actually to speak out about it. I don't feel I have any choice, and that sucks, because I should have the right to free speech and the right to remain silent without a warrant. And of course, they've arrested me before without a warrant, and I have no criminal charges. They took away my driver's license for over 25 years. Meanwhile, somebody who goes out drinking and driving, hits somebody, kills them, gets convicted of involuntary manslaughter, gets their driver's license back in 7 years. I still don't have a driver's license. You know, all of this stuff is just a part of my story, and I realize I'm one of a critical mass of people all over the world going through these similar things. That's why this is a really important thing, to keep the strength in numbers going and make sure that the pieces connect, putting the dots together. You know, David Icke, putting the dot connector. These pieces fit and they are connected, and we need to keep the hope alive and the critical mass of people alive, because that unfortunately and fortunately is the only thing we have going for us. I don't mean to say that. I'm sorry. I get a little. Let me just pause. I need to take a breath. But the point is strength in numbers. I'm sorry. I get a little
It is.
too intense sometimes.
Don't
Thank
give
you.
up. That's why we have these. Yeah, that's why we have these radio talk shows. You know, this keeps us together. And when me and my buddy got together, we were both going through sicknesses. The V2K was so loud. He's got like a 68-inch TV. But my V2K was going off. He was breaking out in sweats. I was breaking out in sweats right after him. He was holding all kind of magnets to himself. They were blowing right through two accumulators, which are nothing but 9-volt batteries taped to a diode that I filled up. I filled up a battery for 3 minutes.
What's your name again?
My name is Jason.
Jason, my best friend from high school has currently been in the mental institution since last year. He's been complaining about voices telling him to do drugs. The good news is he's open and honest about what looks like a drug addiction problem with cocaine and what is the other one? The one that killed Prince. There's fentanyl. So he's in a lockdown situation, and they put him through 6 electroconvulsive therapies. They put my dad through the same thing. The point is he's complaining of voices in his head telling him he has to do a line, and I actually believe him. But I mean to say, now most people would say, oh, that's mental illness. Well, that's how it's supposed to look. They're framing him to be a drug addicted person.
Oh, that's what they're doing.
At the same time, he's got to learn. He's got to learn to control himself. So on the other side of it, yeah, he's got to take care of himself, and he is. That's why he's open and honest about it.
I know. Let me just say this, and I'm going to let you guys go.
Oh my God, Journey.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi. I go by Goodness 8 from the chat. I just wanted to say, I think what you say is highly intelligent. I really like listening to you, and you know, when you said you just need to take a breath and you got too intense, I had just said in the chat how much I like listening to you. So I just wanted you to know that. And as far as your friend, oh, that's so awful that's happened to him. But what they're trying to do, even
it's trauma-based mind control. It's all of my friends, and all of my friends' best connections have died. And in my opinion, they've been murdered. But I can't prove it. It just feels like that intuitively, because all these people that I'm close to, dead, murdered. You know, I'm sorry, I get a little. That's what I mean. Like my astrological teacher, who's a vegan, dead. He was an important person to me. You know, my grandparents dead. My great-grandparents dead in Auschwitz. My best friend is locked up in a mental institution. We're still best friends, but man, it's tough. My family's still alive, but we have a really hard relationship. Sorry, I'm going to calm down. Thank you for that.
Don't you understand that program attacks all of you, everyone around you? It's not just you. That's what this program's all about.
Understood.
Yeah.
That's what's important about this connection. Thank you guys for being here too for me, and I'm happy to be here for some of you. Thank you. For all of you, thank you.
It's almost like it's target one to target many, you know? Like they can come in on us and then they're, you know, it extends out. It targets others.
And there's another way to turn this around too, is the people doing the targeting need to realize they're targeting themselves in so many ways. And they've got to stop the things destroying the planet and destroying this beautiful life that we all have. But it's hard for people that grow up in some places that, you know, even Trump, I actually think he probably was raised to be in the position he's in, and he's a mess. He's a mess.
According to Dr. Robert Duncan and also Robert Duncan O'Finian, that I spoke with personally several times, what we're dealing with, these so-called people behind the scenes that are doing this, that they were taken in, most of them, as children, grabbed, taken under background, and they were, microchipped and placed. They're all on the artificial intelligence supercomputers running them.
Okay.
Brian,
What do you think of Brian 2 on YouTube? Brian 2, he's escaped to South America. He seems like an intuitive person as well.
I completely believe in him. He's just targeted really bad. He was a Department of Defense contractor. He was on his way at his lawyers with proof against the CIA, and they got him. And
And if they can't make him look like a drug abuser, if they can't make him look crazy, eventually it's like Julian Assange. And there's another one, another famous person.
Well, it's been going on, like John Lennon. They killed him. They didn't care that they mind controlled one of they're all in the same family. If you look over in California, what's that place that became famous for
Groom Lake?
No, it's with the big owl statue and all the
Yeah,
politicians.
that Alex Jones went and infiltrated. That Groom Lake is a part of it.
Yeah. We have Mrs. Deborah Tavares is one. It'd be nice if you could get her, Frank. She's highly credible, and she's targeted with her husband and her grown sons. She went public about the targeting on us. She had her own little camera, and she would film everywhere. And she has a following, and she has no problem doing interviews anywhere she can. And they are all targeted. And she's a third generation, a large landowner, and private companies they owned, and she's a very intelligent lady on what's going on. You might want to think of requesting that she come on.
Really?
Now, I used to know her personally. She used to have my bio on her site, stopthecrimes.net. Then I lost touch.
I just saw in the chat, I don't want to change the subject, but Wide-Eyed said, has she done a medal count for you? Okay, now how do they do a medal count?
Is she saying METAL, metal as in barium and strontium? Is that what you mean?
I'm not sure what her definition of metal is. It's apparently a medal count.
That's the only kind I would think of, because we're all, that's when we should all be getting the metals out of us from all the chemtrail spraying.
Well, that's what
you want to look. Geoengineering is a former Bechtel employee.
I know.
Dana Wiggins.
How do you do
a how? Well, you can just do a simple wine test. Get some red wine, gargle it in the sink and see what comes out.
But
And then
Lorraine
there's
Lorraine
strips you
was
can buy
saying,
as well. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Neal.
Too. Lorraine was saying that they do a hair test for $150 for heavy metals.
You can order a little strip kit, them little strips, and do it yourself. It's, we're all filled with it. Don't think you don't have it. We all got it, every one of us.
Yeah, it's been accumulative for over 20 years. We've got to clean this stuff out. I was saying in the chat, I think it's the most important thing we can do, because I'm an organized kind of a person. I can walk into the wilderness, make a list of everything I need to develop a property and build a house. And my brain now, I have to keep a list and do my best to follow it. It's so hard to prioritize. Like I'm not thinking clearly.
Remember when I was talking to you and Skizit about a year and a half ago, and I told you, remember I got out of the hospital and I became super swelled up from the targeting? I mean, I could barely walk. It was
Hey, you guys! While we're on the subject of the heavy metals, I shared some solutions once before, and I'd love to quickly interject that I used spirulina, chlorella, and blue-green algae. The quickest, cheapest, easiest, best-tasting way to do that, I do it every day, is GT Dave's multi-green kombucha, $3.99 or $2.99 depending on what store, and that's been a really big help. It cleates to the heavy metals in the blood, and it helps them pass through the urine. It works pretty well to help keep the heavy metals from building up.
I lost 67 pounds of horrific weight, and I never looked better now. I've lost 4 pant sizes. I can walk, run. I can do almost everything, but I can't run like I used to when I was young. But I'm much healthier now, and it was all from detoxing. I got rid of a lot of stuff, a lot. And Neal and Skizit were the ones that got me started with humic and fulvic. And that was a little expensive, but I kept going, and I became a semi-vegetarian. I try to eat, proper. I eat no sugar. I do get it once in a while accidentally, but if you read the labels, almost all the food and drinks have sugar. So I try to drink like sport drinks that put the electrolytes back in with no sugar. And I've learned that I kind of don't miss it. I try to eat non-GMO. It's a hit or miss, I have to admit, but
Really,
I
you're
go,
not having sugar cravings?
no, yeah, well, I gotta admit, I get in the store and I see the chocolate bars, and it's tough, but once in a while I get the 90% cocoa. Cocoa, it has basically barely any sugar. I do that. I just got to be careful because I am still targeted, and I've noticed that the more I detox, the less I'm targeted. My issue is I have a website back. I got my site back up, and this system comes after me for it. It's cybernetic warfare. According to
What's the
Duncan,
name
that's
of your website, Huggy?
it's Lisa, which is the name I went under when I originally came out. LISSA, Humane Life, LIFE.
Okay.
Thank you, and it's lisahumanelife.wordpress.com.
WordPress. Okay.
Oh, by the way, Luda, your health tips in Frank's newsletter on holy basil. Thanks for giving that.
I have a lot of good stuff. I could send out a newsletter myself every week. I have so many things. I don't know which ones are better. I have like 4 or 5 this week. It's hard to choose one. Yeah, I wanted to ask you something, Neal. I'm so pleased you're here. I just recently learned yesterday in my bathroom, you're supposed to have, I don't know the type of unit, but you're supposed to have about 40. And I have 17,000 EMF. What can I do about that? This is why I don't go into my bathroom. What do you do with these huge readings in your apartment? Do you just stay out of the place, which I try to do most of the time? But 17,000, I have 7,000 by my front window. I have all these huge numbers everywhere.
Milligauss or what?
I'm assuming it was done with a meter. I'm assuming. Yeah, I did it. And I forgot to ask the unit of measure, but it measured EMF, I was told.
Right. Well, I mean, if you can try and pinpoint the direction it's coming from.
Right above. He's right above. We know right direction.
Above. Is there an attic or a person's apartment above
no, it's
you?
a person's apartment. They're up there right now with a magnetron beating on me. I sit in this. It's the only way I can use my computer because I'm cable hooked up to my computer, so I have to use it in my apartment. So when I'm sitting here doing any computer work, that's a very big problem because I'm in this pool of sewage basically. But I don't know if I dress, as you know, like right now I have about 6 layers everywhere on me. I've got winter coats and everything to try to protect myself.
Hard.
Yeah.
Hard. Well, Skizit
I just wondered
found,
in your experience what you can do to just keep detox.
There's certainly been enough reports on hearing something heavy being moved around in an apartment above or to the side of somebody, but Skizit also found a company that produces little 1/4-inch square microwave transmitters. And another thing that comes to mind is a lady who had reported getting readings out of her driveway. She started looking and saw that somebody had drilled holes into the cement, put some kind of a transmitter in there, which she didn't recover, but saw the patch job being a different color that had been patched over where they drilled. Well, I didn't get the greatness of getting to know Jim Albertson, but he worked for Raytheon, and apparently he was a major blessing to the TI community. At one point, he said he took 220 volts, he watered his front lawn and got everything super wet so it would be conductive, and he stuck the 2 hot leads of 220 volts, like from a dryer or a stove plug-in, which would be 30 to 50 amps, enough to do some good damage. He stuck the wires in his front lawn. So apparently he had some knowledge that there were microwave transmitters in his lawn. And he said that they were very upset that he did that. So he got a reaction about it. There must have been something he knew. But the other thing that I envision, that I'll just share because I've envisioned it, being a builder, is how easy it would be to drop microwave transmitters down the vents on the roof of sewer systems. So when you say bathroom, even though you're saying, you hear noises above you, it'd be nice.
See them coming and going. See the machines coming in and out. It's boots on the ground. It's not anything transmitting anything. It's people. It's
to
guys.
me, I'd go hire some black ops guys. We'll call them the TI police, and they'll just kick the door in, smash all their equipment with a baseball bat, and walk out.
Yeah,
sorry,
that would be nice.
Recording. I'm fed up with this.
Oh, I do.
Hurting women and children is just too pathetic.
And the person that's allowing them to do this is a 94-year-old woman. And she hits me with directed energy weapons handheld a lot of times too. Yeah. No, this whole thing is sick. It's wacko.
I mean, it's embarrassing to me to say that I haven't reached a point where I'm heterodyning or, using directional antenna type detection equipment as much as I should, because we should be putting more time into getting where the exact sources are, that the main heavy things that are hitting us are coming from. And there's
I have that now.
And too many people, like myself, for almost 20 years, reporting the sound of either something being on the roof or in the attic. And, teleport technology and cloaking is well enough established. There's patents and everything. So it's not a matter of questioning whether it can be done. What I picture is devices that may be placed up in attics. They may teleport those. They may be cloaked, and they may have a duration that a battery will work. So they have to change them out. And this is all, speculation. I have no justification as to, whether a person is up in the attic or a device or God knows what. But
in the beginning, their primitive magnetrons had to be near a window. But they weren't as heavy as the ones that are in 2 apartments above us now. And these don't have to be near the window. And when they drop those, it sounds like they're coming right through my ceiling. It's so loud. And they don't care about the noise they make. Like when other people are visiting, they say, I thought that person is on oxygen 24/7 and can't walk. Who's making all that noise up there? I mean, you can't even. People are. It's getting to be a joke around here.
Well, yeah,
anybody into my apartment. They're so damn noisy. They don't care.
No,
one guy has very heavy leather boots, and he walks like a clod. He's got big troubles with. He's very tall, blonde. He walks like a clod. Clump, 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 clump. So I know he's not from the military. He could have never marched. He's probably an ex-con, as far as I'm concerned. But let me tell you, these are real boots on the ground, because I see them go and come and hear the doors slamming. They walk right past me with carts full of canisters. It doesn't bother them a bit. They know I can't do a thing about them.
They never let me see them. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, they know. See, my vision's so bad that they don't think I can see them at all. If I had a camera on shot in the general direction, I could get their pictures very easily. I'm that close to them. I'm sometimes 5 feet away from them.
I got a question. Has anybody ever found or heard any information of spy cameras up on the cell towers?
They're building them into streetlights.
Oh, sure, but do the cell towers have cameras on each corner of the tower?
Maybe.
Like, they quite likely would. I mean, there's a scientist in Australia in a video that I posted in the chat room about 5G with a lot of peer-reviewed documents and quite a variety of scientists. And that guy got fed up in the realization that it's very life-threatening as a genocide tool, and he got himself a tank and he knocked down 5 towers in Australia before they stopped him. So you would certainly, think that they would put cameras because it's going to reach a point, when people that are aggressive enough realize that their children's health is being compromised, and it's a genocide tool. I mean, somebody's got to set a precedent that it's not okay for a neighbor to be using 5G and have that 5G be penetrating your home, which is why I have to move, because I've got to get out in the country. And it's not going to be any better country. There's still ways to attack you, but this is 5G thing is drawing a lot of attention to the wireless threats for quite a bit of the population, which is a blessing for the TI community. We'll get more.
When you consider the part of the cell towers here in this town anyway, the elementary schools from K on up to 5th, 6th grade, there's a cell tower nearby. It's like every other elementary school. And the high schools, absolutely, practically on the property, cell towers.
Yeah. Oh,
And I think
go ahead. Sorry.
it was just more than one reason to move to the country, or to a more remote, not too remote, but to a more remote area, which is what I had a good experience with here in Wyoming. But anyway, go on. Sorry.
Mark, you had sent a message or left me a message on my phone about a Morgellons protocol. Do you have a website or something to share with everyone about that?
Well, I was just listening to some things about Morgellons, and the first time I ever heard that title for what it was a possibility of it being was about 7 or 8 years ago. My wife and me had a second home pretty far away from our house here in Fort Worth, and a little town called Salado, Texas. But there was this mother and her son, and she divorced her husband, who was some kind of a messenger pilot. He flew airplanes and delivered a lot of paperwork for different agencies and stuff. But she had lesions all over her. And she went to some kind of a dermatologist, and this guy came up with that title and was calling it, and I had never heard of it before, of course, and called it Morgellons. And she wasn't told how to fight it, but there were people that were saying something. Neal, forgive me, but I can't remember what I may have said, that they were beating it in this video. That there was one gentleman that I recalled that said he was very, very sure that he had beaten it, and his lesions were clearing up and healing, and where they weren't. He had gone 6-7 years with all these oozing lesions with fibers coming out of them that would not heal. And but I can't remember what it was he was fighting it with. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What was it?
I'm just looking to put protocols all in one place, and the best that I've seen in your message, you had left that people were laughing at him, saying he couldn't have possibly beat it. But what I've come to realize, and what I have studied of synthetic biology, and what Skizit has at her Skizit Just on YouTube from all her research, is that you can also have internal components of Morgellons and not manifested as physical sores on the outside. So I'm pretty focused for, seeing a lack of health stamina and memory problems these days in getting all this stuff out of us. And I've come to the realization of the interactive problem of synthetic biology and the interplay of frequency warfare that's actually killing particular helpful bacterial flora, not only in our bodies, but in our brains, and antagonizing these infections to grow. And, there are some surface protocols that are, like Look Out for Charlie and the things that Connie's sharing, which some people say they're getting results, but on a cellular level, stopping the mitochondrial processes to assimilate oxygen and to get rid of waste on a cellular level is being hampered in our bodies. So it's a slow degradation. And I'd just like to put all of the good information in one place on a page on our websites. So the particular one for anybody who's interested in getting rid of heavy metals and some of the relative nanotechnology components of so-called Morgellons syndrome, which if you're not manifesting physical sores on your skin is not really an indicator that part of this whole synergistic synthetic biology nightmare is in all of us, that we have to purge this stuff out, will probably be very significant in disconnecting from this frequency warfare connection that they've made. So anyway, the protocol that Huggy Bear just put out in the chat room, a half hour ago or so, is from Kathy Knight, like Knight McConnell, which is McConnell. She has a Facebook page, and it's going into using chelation processes like with cilantro and chlorella. I remember seeing a video that she did. It's also talking about the benefits of nattokinase and vitamin K. I won't rattle on about it because it's a fair amount of information, but I think this is really important that we focus on doing everything we can to get this stuff out, because I'd be willing to bet if most of you bought a $20 or $30 handheld microscope that you put on your skin and then plug into a USB port in your computer, that you will see fibers in your skin. And Dave Case is saying that our skin has been turned into transducers. Other reports, like the one in this latest 5G report that's the best I've ever seen on beforeitsnews.com, is showing that our DNA is being used as antennas. So I'm not saying, if people were to identify physical older implant technology and have it cut out of their body, that they're going to disconnect from this frequency warfare connection. It's so multifaceted and adaptive. Anyway, that's all I'll say about it. I don't want to rattle on and spend too much time, but it's important. I think we should get all of the best information in one place and see how many of us can put some good energy into focusing on doing these protocols and getting this stuff out of us. Because, like I said, I think most of you, if you put a handheld microscope on your skin, you will see fibers in your skin, different colors. All this stuff appears to be being used as antennas.
Hi. Hello? I'm sorry. I have a question. So I understand that there are things, and I agree with you, I'm not sure or too familiar with all of the work on it, but I understand what you're saying. But I have a question. What type of efforts, because I haven't actually called in a while, and I'm serious, what type of efforts are actually happening to detect the technology, or whatever means or measures they're using, understanding that we have become that they can read us in whatever capacity? What type of research or work is being pushed towards actually getting our hands on equipment that can actually detect or pick up these signals?
Well, it's
Other than
really
just reading, but actually, something more defined than just, spikes in the signal here, spikes in the signal there, but something that actually determines that the signals may be surrounding us, or maybe the conductivity that's happening around us is different than that of someone who doesn't feel the symptoms of being targeted.
Yeah, well, our current problem is, of course, the cost of the detection equipment for us to see some of what's around. And 5G is like 60 gigahertz or something. It's really high up there, and most of the meters that we get are down in the 6 to 10 gigahertz range. So we're not going to see what 5G is doing, but in that hour and 17-minute video on beforeitsnews.com or YouTube, it's showing how multifaceted the 5G is, and it's saying that it is also being used to completely violate our privacy, that we are being monitored 24/7, and they're using this technology.
Can I say this?
Right.
Absolutely. But can I say this? I imagine, and I could be wrong, and if I am, please correct me, that within the scheme of the people behind this, there has to be protections in place for them. Excuse me. There must be like a subset, a portion of the world that is aware of this technology and has actually understands how to protect themselves, or at least minimize the things for themselves, other than just diet. I'm sure diet is a huge part of it, but I'm sure there's something more, because I can't imagine someone who's a part of this, willingly a part of this, would maybe even not have some other provision for their family and their friends to be prevented from this. Does that make sense? Like, I don't believe that everyone in the world is actually being targeted. I do
Well,
believe
you're
that
right.
it's growing.
From
So there
what
have
I
to be
know,
protections in place. What are those
from
protections?
what I know at this point is that scalar technology used for good things is capable of actually removing substances and pathogens from a person's body wirelessly. For those who don't know much about scalar or radionics, what was suppressed information that was not taught in universities was what Tesla came to discover and proved wireless electricity. And in the process, many people in the health industry or some have jumped on the bandwagon. And so what I've heard is that the super rich people are using a technology like this to actually remove things so they're not accumulating them. So it's not a matter of, buying an island and paying off the right people to not put chemtrails there. Uh, Accumulation of nanoparticles in these times is pretty inevitable in most places on the earth, certainly populated. But it appears that they're using a technology that's actually capable of removing these things from their body. So, in the evolution of frequency therapies, I've been using a plasma tube Rife machine to get rid of Lyme disease for 20 years, and there's chemtrail detox frequency sets and all that. But what it's evolved in is this scalar and radar radionics technology. And so in the design and application of this kind of technology, for those that are interested in seeing what it's doing, we can thank Goodness 8 for bringing us the website F as in Frank, L as in Lisa, F as in Frank, E as in Echo.net. For those who haven't heard about this, you can go there. You can get a 15-day trial. They're using this type of technology. They will turn it on to your house or your smartphone. So far, a few TIs said they didn't notice a difference with the phone, but everybody feels the difference in the house. So it can clear away energies that are negative, and it's also doing something that helps with EMF reduction. So I'm encouraging more people to head in this direction because I think the super elites are using this type of tech, and everything on this planet in this reality has frequencies. And if you have the frequency information, you can literally evaporate something out of your body with no detox side effects using this technology.
Now, Neal, I missed your last, probably your last paragraph because I had to grab a cup of coffee. Would you mind repeating that for me?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I'm saying that Goodness 8 shared a website with us. You can get a free 15-day trial to test out this. I haven't communicated with them to find out exactly what they're using, but it's basically scalar and radionics type technology where you can do things from a distance. So this website is flfe.net, and you can go there. It's Frank Lisa Frank Echo .net, and you can go there and put in for the 15-day trial. All you do is give them your address, and they'll send an energy to your home where you live, and it also has an EMF reduction component. So I've done the 15-day trial, and a good amount of us have tried it out. And basically what I was saying in the last paragraph is this type of technology, unlike using Rife machines, which play frequencies that resonate at the frequency of a particular pathogen, bacteria, virus, whatever, and when you match the resonance of a particular thing you want to get rid of, it blows up. But then you feel really bad because you've got all this toxic waste from blowing these things up to get rid of them. The difference is with scalar and radionics technology, you can literally remove something from a human body or from a plot of land. So there's farmers that are in the know that are using radionics,
Yes, read that.
something like an advanced biophoton analyzer, where you can take a picture of a plot of land that has some kind of an insect infestation. You put the picture on one side of the advanced biophoton analyzer, and then you put a picture or a little bottle of a substance of a pesticide on the other side of the machine. You turn it on, it sends basically the frequency packets matching the frequencies of the pesticide, and you look out in your field and all those insects are dead without using any kind of a toxic pesticide. This is the core of life, people, and this is what the elites are doing to not be connected in the ways that that we all are. They're keeping their bodies clean.
There's a place in Georgia. I remember Dr. Hall talking about it, and they actually had scalar type equipment used on the farm. It was so old that it was in oak boxes.
Frank and Neal, it's really important to also see the other side of that, because when it's being used, if it's being used for any kind of good, and I can't say that killing is ever any kind of good, please be aware that, of course, the other side of it is that it can be the same technology being used for evil. And so if that's what they're dealing with, it needs to be clearly informed to the people, everybody, that it shouldn't have any legal use for anything relative to hurting humans. And ideally, there should be a Bill of Rights for animals as well, in terms of killing being some kind of way to remove the problem, because, you know, that's the Nazi philosophy. Okay, we've got to have the final solution. So just needed to say that. I'm not trying to criticize anybody. I'm just saying, you know, there's a fine line between good and evil sometimes, and it's important to have a clear picture of that, and everybody needs to make that decision. I can't trust somebody saying killing is somehow solving the problem, because my philosophy goes along the lines of killing is wrong. And but I understand that you know, that's what Neal was saying about the frequencies killing the insects, but can't you see how that can be scaled up to kill the humans, to remove a certain population? I think that's where I would side that sounds more evil, unless you could explain that how it's healing without killing.
Yeah, it is. And in actuality, I mean, it's a double-edged sword. The information I have shows that they do have, you know, like the picture ID, license IDs, anything with pictures, they have a database. They are using radionics technology. The latest song I'm writing is really about this, and it's called Clouds of Complacency. So, you know, when you care enough to walk up to a beautiful young family with a couple of kids, and you see the kid holding a smartphone, and you say, you know, your kid might be like an Alzheimer's patient by the time they're 20 if they don't end up with a brain tumor or brain cancer. But the Wi-Fi in the public schools is actually sterilizing their reproductive organs. And if they are able to proliferate, their offspring's reproductive organs are going to be not okay. They will have not developed correctly. The reason I say clouds of complacency is because this is the kind of frequency warfare that the technology I'm talking about is being misused. So, you know, as far as balance goes, if there's nothing else we learn on this planet, it's that we have this interactive ecosystem. We've thrown it off. So things like infestations of insects that could be a problem for a farmer, rather than using pesticides and herbicides from Monsanto that doesn't care about the future or anything. We're better off to use a technology that's not going to leave any kind of harmful products behind. So it's really the lesser of evils. And
right, and that's an incremental improvement according to you, and that's what's good. And I understand that the industry is trying to sell those kind of things, but a sword is a sword is a sword. So thank you for listening. That I think healing starts with not killing, and I'll pass the mic back.
Well, I mean, we're at a point where there's somebody saying that a nanotech mosquito killed a lady very quickly. We're dealing with a weaponized Candida auris, which is a new strain, AURIS. So to use technology like this, there's people out there that are using radionics and scalar technology to help to heal the planet so we can get back into the balance and have this interactive ecosystem. So it really is a very clean.
Well, the proof that you've offered for how it's healing has involved killing, and so that's where I differ in opinion. And if you could explain how it's making things live I mean, I understand that if you have a cancer, you want to take the cancer out away from the living organism. So I do understand. And I'm not trying to be overly critical of the evolution of medical science. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, I mean, it's what is it going to take for us to get back into balance? Andrew Basiago, who was in the teleportation and time travel program and has come forward and shared a lot of information, said that what he saw in 2049 we would describe like it was a utopian society. So it appears that this fight that the human race has been put in between good and evil, on one side we have this Agenda 21 that, basically said, go forth and propagate, make lots of people, we'll use lots of people to get the resources that we need. Now you have become obsolete. We don't need you anymore.
But it's the same kind of mentality, and how do you stop it? It seems as though the healing statement was we stop it by killing it, but that's the same mentality on the other side. So what I'm trying to say is the sword is the sword is the sword. Let's put down the swords and pick up the plowshare and grow some food. And yeah, I understand what you're saying too. So I'm not trying to alienate, medical science's evolution, like I said, because we don't have. It sounds neat and Star Trek-y to be able to beam the problem out of there, and it's not a bad area of research for sure. But the caution in my mind is to say, okay, we're doing the chemtrailing to fight global warming, and then all of a sudden, it's the Greens' fault for killing everybody because we don't want global warming. No, it's not the Greens' fault for wanting to stop global warming. It's the people doing the chemtrails' fault for killing the planet, as well as then trying to put a smokescreen and say it's the political enemy. It's the people doing it that are doing it. It's not the other side. It's kind of like the Nazis hiding behind the Zionists, or okay, wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm getting kind of sick of it, and it's hard to trust even myself when they apparently can infiltrate myself, and in relation to myself. Okay, fine. The way I discern between good and evil is myself. The point is that there is good, and that's the side I choose. Everybody's got their own interpretation of what that is. I'm thankful I have an opportunity to share mine. I'll pass the mic back to everybody.
Hey, Journey.
Well, I mean,
it's Laura.
Hi, Laura. How are you?
Hey, Laura.
Journey, you're talking to the guy that I said I told you a while back needed a vacation when you were in Florida. That's who you're talking to right now. Anyway,
how was your event that you just went to?
I'm at the event. I'm actually at the event. It was really neat to meet everybody. I can't wait for tomorrow. It's really neat to meet everybody I've been talking to for the last year, and it's amazing. I recognize people's voices, but I didn't know what they looked like, so it's kind of cool. Really, really cool experience. I had a quick question for Neal. Um, when you're talking about when they hit the house, when these frequencies hit the house, did they come in a pulse, maybe a wave?
I mean, the
Is it,
good stuff that they're sending.
no. Oh, yeah, no, I didn't know that's what you were talking about. Yeah, I just meant the stuff that kills you. Does it, has anybody ever felt it come in a pulse, like in waves? You
Well, I
said
mean,
mostly.
it's a matter of studying scalar, and again, it's a double-edged sword. It can be used for good things, or it can be used for bad things, just like radionics. But I mean,
Hey, Neal, I can give one example of a good way of them using some frequency, and that is I found an app with frequencies that would apparently repel mosquitoes and repel spiders. So that's one, and they didn't kill them, they just repelled them. I think that's an application that's kind of relative, but maybe different.
Right, but I mean, we're at a point where we have so many weaponized things on the planet that if we allow Agenda 21 to play itself out, 6 billion humans are going to end up dead. And what is the outcome of that going to be? The new.
So how do you stop them?
Well, there has to be a counter energy that's going to protect and preserve the beauty of the design of the human race.
But it can't be the same energy. Einstein said we can't keep repeating the same thing that's gotten us into the problem. So if the problem is caused by greed and murder and genocide, it's not going to be solved by greed and murder and genocide. That's the point of the analogy that the sword is a sword is a sword.
Right. I mean, I see your perspective there, and I totally agree with you. So I'm saying, in a non-invasive way, if we're the ones that threw things out of balance, so some farmer ends up with a pandemic proportion of a particular insect or a weaponized fungus that's come out
like a Donald J. Trump, is that a particular, insect or reptilian or something like that? I mean, I honestly draw the line at hurting life, and when you say we, I hope you realize that I'm not one of those we, and I wish you'd speak for yourself rather than we.
Well, I'm saying as things are currently going, 6 billion people are going to end up dead, and the planet is going to end up trashed if we don't bring it back into balance.
So how do you bring it back into balance?
I would like to suggest that the person thinks that a sword is a sword is a sword, that if we pick up the plowshare, even then, something must die. For every yin, there's a yang. For every good, there's an evil. Everything has a counterpart.
I'm a strong believer in optimism in terms of the double positive overcoming the double negative.
Okay, well, I mean, if our thoughts can be projected, as the word prayer actually means focus, it's not a matter of getting on your knees and begging for the divine representative of love to have compassion on us and give the meek back their earth so that we can keep it in balance, which quite a percentage of us is what we choose and what we've chosen for our whole lives. We came here with this state of mind. Whatever we're going to do, we have to bring it back into balance, and that's obvious. So if it's become a situation where basically corporations have monopolized complete control, we're looking at 1% of the population that's lost their heart and their conscience and appears to not be acting human, but to in fact be acting possessed with evil that's out to destroy the beauty of the human race and the planet.
Well,
that
you're
we
bringing
have.
up the double negative, so I'm going to interrupt and bring it back into balance and just call it the 0 point. It's the AI, and it's a tool to be used as it is. Now, if it's you, then it's you. If it's me, then it's me. If it's we, then that's a really big double negative. So I would, again, call it back into balance and quantify it and say, I speak for something positive. I'm hoping you speak for something positive. And I don't choose to speak for you, and I don't choose to speak for we, because I'm just one person. But if we, and that's the question, are organized for the positive, great. It's nice to have these talks to try to come up with more solutions. And yeah, talking about the problem is important to identify it, but then offering a double positive solution. In other words, my advice is take it or leave it, mindful of the negative, but doubly mindful of the solutions. So there's a sense of an inverted Illuminati symbol, an inverted triangle. That triangle is the strongest geometric design, but the point can be really sharp, and if that point is killing, maybe that's the problem, and it needs to be inverted. And stand on the platform and put the plowshare into the ground rather than the sword into the person or the whatever it is, or stick it into the AI. You know, the Matrix was interesting, but don't stick it in the back of Neo's head. That's kind of painful. I have a really bad headache in the back of my head right now.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I mean, we have to ask ourselves, what direction is the most positive, loving manner of our natural nature when we see that we're in an us and them scenario, that 1% of the population is not acting human and have become dangerous to all life, including the whole planet? What is the nonviolent answer? Believe me, if there's anything I've focused on for decades, it's where does love have an answer? So, if you could take all these 1% little brats that have no conscience and are a threat to all life and put them in their own little playground and keep them pacified and take away the dangerous toys that they've made, basically what I see is that they've been tricked. For just like Zuckerberg, making a statement on Facebook that he thinks AI is a good thing. Well, Donald Trump is pushing 5G for the corporate interests. The FCC is monopolized by telecommunications industry people, so it's not acting as a regulatory commission. So Trump says where he has his little castle, he doesn't want 5G there, but it's okay to put it everywhere else. So this is a genocide network. I tell people in a nonviolent way to say your God-given right to be a co-creator of the collective energy of this reality is to say what the real excuse me, power of prayer means focus. So I say focus on these things that are a threat to the beauty of all life, being disempowered in a nonviolent way. As I've said for a couple of decades, I see this is an age of truth. And what I'm seeing now is what's quite likely 4 organized crime networks fighting over getting in world control. And so all these snakes are all throwing out dirty laundry on each other and airing it. And many people could, say, yes, we are putting our prayer or our focus that these main players that we see are a threat are put somewhere where they can't hurt anybody anymore. But there's an element of literal possession that's happened to them that's made them just exist in a material plane at any cost to anybody. And these mad scientists apparently have created hybrids that are superior to humans and would make better slaves. So us collectively, we have to consider the difference in good and evil and decide what has the most value, come up with the most empowering answer to bring things back into balance and honor the original creation and the beauty of it.
Very good, Neal. Very good. I'm glad we're taping past 12.
This is all worth contemplating, and this is the biggest thing. I mean, for people that look my way as if I have answers, I don't want to say hire some black ops guy to kick in your neighbor's door and beat up their magnetron with a baseball bat and walk out, but knocking on their door and saying, could you find some love in your heart and turn that thing off? That's not working. And so my constant prayer is, where is love providing an answer? And the only answer I have to say to that is putting our focus towards things being put back in balance. And bear in mind, this is based on reading a 300-page book called Archangels of Dreamland. Stephen Fawcett was inspired by a series of dreams that tormented him until he wrote this book. And he basically explains that this satanic energy has jumped into an AI computer, and this is how it's manifested itself into physical form on our planet. And this is the fight. Anybody who's interested in reading that book, you can get it on Amazon. It had me sobbing like a baby about 3 times because it's the story that goes from what happened in Roswell in 1947, and even though it's written as a fiction story, the parallels are just too uncanny. I think he was divinely inspired to write this book. And after you read it, the perspective that you have is the realization that evil has manifested itself on our planet in physical form through high technology. Those people, the so-called 1% that own 90% of the world, have basically taken the bait and have been tricked. And the mad scientist's state of mind is to say, we've created a hybrid human that will be a better worker bee. And you guys are all obsolete, so say bye-bye. And many
Well
of us,
said, Neil. Beautifully said.
well, many of us are saying that we think that the human creation had a whole lot of thought put into it, and that there is value and purpose in having the human experience, and there is an evolutionary process that's leading us to become more than we are based on the realizations that we have because of how what's the right word, how intricate and diverse the design of our reality and our humanness really is. We aspire to become more. We learn to realize the value of balance is of utmost importance. And some of us feel that we've come from other places before and that we brought some of who we are into the personality that we're being now in this life, and that we will continue on. How do you really think we're going to create a heaven on earth?
Can you express your definition of balance, or can you express your definition of the heaven that already exists on earth, complemented by your solution that would bring about another heaven, complementing and allowing the heaven that's already on earth to completely heal and drop the cancer of the militarism, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, I'm saying that if in the beginning of what we would call time and space and this physical reality we're in, if the master creator handed us what we call a Garden of Eden, but gave us a mind and a free will and said, don't do these certain things or you will throw the ecology out of balance. And then to come to the realization as our overseer, like our wise, mature parent that already knows and sees and is timeless, would say, I'm going to have to allow you to have your own free will, to make choices, to make mistakes, so that you can gain the wisdom to get the maturity which will bring you the grace to realize the importance of how to keep that Garden of Eden in balance so it can be beautiful again. I think that's where we're headed.
We are headed there. Absolutely. And some people aren't going to make it. They're going to keep kicking and screaming to have the world that they want, the world of control. And the way it's going to be is there will be instant manifestation. Everybody will get along together. I know it seems impossible to think about, but it will be that way. And people will govern themselves. I can't seem to say that word. See, it's not even a rightful human word that you have a government of hierarchy making all the decisions of what's right for all of us. And so we need to do that ourselves. And if we clean up our own backyards and do that ourselves and be as decent of a human being as we possibly can, we are ascending into a heaven on earth. It has been promised. God doesn't lie. Lucifer does.
All right, so it's the realization of what do you value, and your value is based on your level of experience, bringing you wisdom, which gives you the realization that that wisdom will bring about grace. It's to have the foresight. I mean, you know, for those, I have no children, but every time I see a child or a young family, it touches my heart, and it reminds me of what I'm fighting for. I'm fighting for how beautiful the original creation is, how wise our master creator is to say, I can already see timeless, so I'm looking ahead. You guys have to walk down all these paths and come to the same level of maturity and realization of what has value and purpose. And then when you do, you will be able to all govern yourselves. Whereas, you know, we have this suppressive energy. Obama actually said, you people are not capable of governing yourselves. You need to be governed. And this is not any kind of a spiritual evolution. It's a ruthless monopoly, living in a facade of self-righteousness to say we have the right to do whatever we want to you. And the truth of the matter is cows are being treated better than humans in these times. This is an embarrassment.
It's a false hierarchy, and it has been that way for a very long time. We are human beings, and we are more powerful than anything that I can speak of. And we need to remember who we are as human beings. We need not pay attention to them telling us what is right for each of us, especially when so many of us are so much better than the people that are making decisions for each of us. And I'm sorry, Journey, if I'm using the us too much. I do want to say, Journey, I was married to my first husband. I had two of them, but he used to say, when I talk about we, he'd say, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep saying we? Do you have a turd in your pocket? And I said, well, the turd in my pocket, and I would like to talk about we. So, you know, I understand where you're coming from, Journey.
Let me communicate where I'm coming from. Dominant doesn't deserve the right to speak for we, period. Alpha is not the omega.
Yeah, but you can get lost in all of that. I think it's good to
No,
understand
I can speak for
what they're
myself, and I like when other people, especially in the TI community, can be very careful not to become the people that they hate, not to become the people that they communicate are in this for control, and then start becoming a mouthpiece for that control. That's why I'm listening, but what I hear is the mouthpiece of the AI. What I hear is the mouthpiece of control. What I hear is the mouthpiece of murder, division, divide and conquer in the name of heaven, in the name of God, in the name of the solution, in the name of, you know, we're all here to be on the same page. And then I've got to be like, wait a second, I don't think I believe that, but then I'd feel like I'm the bad guy. And then all of a sudden, that's the trick. When I'm speaking to you about you being something different than you are, that's the trick when you fall for it. And I'm sick of falling for it. And if you guys are just hurt, I'm speaking with compassion to try to understand that the victims are the mouthpiece for the control system, and it's important to be sensitive to them. But I see it. I feel that I'm saying what I need to say. If it doesn't work for you, drop it. But when you assert that you can speak for me, or that you know something different than what I'm communicating, and express that as if I have to, or I must, or I am going to go along with this God driving humanity off the edge of the cliff, or this devil driving humanity off the edge of the cliff, or this Republican, or this Democrat, or this whatever lecturer or preacher or whatever, I have to resist. And that's exactly what, you know, there seems to be a duality about. And then I've already been tricked. Okay. So I'm being compassionate and leading by that example, so you guys can learn from my example of being tricked. But I'm not that naive.
We need to learn from your example. I mean, you just contradicted yourself, if I may so respectfully say so.
Right, exactly.
Why do we need to learn from your example?
Because it's not actually my example.
It's just a matter of respect. Now, I'm not saying, you know, to be part of the false hierarchy, but, you know, Neal was making some really good points.
Agreed. Agreed.
And he's
so are
highly
you.
intelligent.
I will say at this point,
but in the duality of a difference of opinion, people don't see the truth, and I don't see and hear the truth. What I see is a stupid smartphone.
okay, what I see is the clock ticking, and I know you guys are having a great conversation, but there may be a lot of other people in the crowd that would like to get a word in or ask you a question. So if you can pause for a second, and we'll see what happens.
Sure. Sure thing, Frank.
Good idea, that's all. Oh, well, maybe it wasn't a good idea after all.
It probably is. If there's anybody there that wants to, you know, share a perspective or ask questions or even change the topic, let's keep the flow. Go, you know, stand up, speak your mind.
Just hit stop to unmute, that's all.
Brush your teeth.
Yes, brush your teeth, people.
Who was that, by the way?
You guys sell toothpaste or something?
No. Pretty funny. What I hear tonight is, how do we solve a problem within this three-dimensional form that can only be solved from a higher viewpoint? As Neal was expressing, the solution is simple, but it's not within a three-dimensional form. We generate into the 3D, but how do we do that? So reacting to the three-dimensional matrix, as you want to call it, or life, whatever, does nothing but feed it. So as people like to expound on this call with great enthusiasm, I I think the solution is heart-based. The intent. I think that the criminals are going to be rounded up. I think people are going to be held liable, and we're going to see the beautiful world, because I heartfully choose not to accept any of their bullshit.
Well put.
And I do not consent. How's that? I do not consent to his program. I do not consent to the falsehoods. I do not consent to the bullshit. So.
Good for you, Seth.
There we go. It's on the record.
Yeah.
There you go. Nice and sweet. I didn't drag on for 3.5 hours.
Thank you, Journey, for the content that you laid out. And thank you, Sets. And Neal, it's always a pleasure. You know.
It's always a pleasure to be part of all the interaction that we have here. We're lucky to have this family. They didn't have it in World War II.
Yeah, that's true.
It was turning people against each other and making everybody suspicious, so you could trust no one. And there is some nasty playbook stuff that goes on that is played on the TI community and infiltrators, but you come to know the characters with a good heart that are putting their intention and mean well out there to be supportive of each other, and that is a major blessing that we're lucky to have amongst all this chaos. And I think that what Setsa is saying here brings about a good point. I remember a lady who just had this really high energy on her, and she said, you're using rife machines and essential oils. She said, one day you're going to come to the realization that you are a frequency generator. And so I'd like to point out that basically what Setsa is saying is that we are the core of life frequency generators. We are scalar generators. By putting out thought, word, and deed, we create what we choose to manifest. And I'll honor Journey's perspective here and say, individually and collectively. We are all individuals here, and we can have dreams and goals in our life, and we can think about those, and we can say them out loud, and we can watch for the things that show up, because that formula does cause those opportunities to manifest, to fulfill them, no matter what they are. But we are also in a collective energy. And this is the thing. If there is a high percentage of people that have come to realize that 5G is a threat to all life and that it's being done on purpose, then our focus on stopping that from happening, with enough people collectively picturing it, thinking it, and saying it out loud, it will exactly come to be as Setsa is saying. These people are being rounded up. And what I picture is all the snakes in a pit that are wreaking havoc on the human race and the planet in the natural order of an unwritten universal law. They are getting back the cause and effect of what they have created. And as all other empires that became greedy and out of balance and tyrannical, they have all fallen again, so it will happen. So let us collectively put our thoughts towards bringing it back into balance, gaining a lot of experience from the lessons we've experienced and witnessed of what imbalance does, so that we can set our priorities and put our thoughts, words, and actions towards choosing to individually and collectively co-create what is most beneficial for all of us. And then we will create that, and we are creating that. That's what I have to share.
I mean, we've all had experiences, haven't we? We've all had experiences where we think about something intently, or we have a desire or a wish, and then somehow it just shows up out of nowhere. Well, that's the power of you.
Hello, Ashley.
and it's really realizing that, you know, I mean, we're being used as antennas in many ways, and we're being affected. They're trying to stifle that antenna that we have that's connected to a divine intelligence. And they're trying to figure out those that they can't completely stifle. Yes, they have enough technology and the means to make a whole lot of sheep just be complacent. And when they say run off a cliff over there, many of them are. Every time you buy a smartphone and support Verizon and all these other ruthless networks, you're supporting the very reason that they have the money to put 5G on telephone poles every 500 feet and hurt everybody's health. So when people come to the realization, when enough people are showing the severity of the health problems and they have enough information to be terrified, they will go turn that smartphone into Verizon and say, we want phone booths again. We'll pay 50 cents or $1 for 3 minutes just to not have our brains be hurt or anything on a cellular level to be harmed or our memories. But it has to come to that critical mass where so many people just take the smart meter off their house, set it out by the road, and say, I'd rather have no power than have what's coming out of that meter. You can make wireless that's not harmful in frequency ranges that are beneficial to our DNA and everything else on a cellular level. Do that or we're going back to phone booths. And that's not going to be easy, but you know, this is the grassroots effort to educate more people. Most people are too terrified or would rather say we're crazy to hear.
Yeah, thanks, Neal. Thank you very much. I wanted to stop on a high note for a second. I really do appreciate a lot of your good solutions and kind words. Definitely appreciate your words. Thank you.
Welcome. I mean, it's what drives me, because I see a potential beauty here, and I also see a responsibility. And this is, you know, why the first words when I wrote Waves of Darkness that came out say we are the pioneers here. And the same thing in the last words in the song. For those who have listened to it, it's on YouTube, Waves of Darkness. It's the realization that we are the pioneers. The TI community are the most educated on what has thrown things out of balance and what the motives of this monopoly and its potential are capable of doing. So what drives me is that the truth will set us free. And how we're going to do it is to get the collective consciousness of more people in the realization that it's really not worth it to use these harmful technologies.
Journey, thank you too. And Neal, thanks so much. It's always enjoyable to hear you. And you have a lot to offer, and so does Journey. I sure appreciated listening to both of you.
Always a kind word.
And thank you, Frank. And there was somebody that talked about the three-dimensional reality, and I tuned into that as exactly what I meant to say about all I see is a stupid smartphone, because what's in between us could be a great technology, but not if it's used improperly. You know, if you imagine that triangle, one end is really sharp, but if you stand on the platform and I tend to like the inverted pyramid perspective, but if that's the three-dimensional reality that is between us, that is the smart technology or whatever it's called, I don't mean to say smart because I prefer to call it stupid in so many ways. I do feel like it's affecting me, and I apologize for when I am not clearly speaking or having some skewed perspective, but at the same time, I just wanted to acknowledge the person who mentioned the three-dimensional reality and ideally coming from a heart-based perspective, but don't forget to know what you know. And I mean, I know what I know, and that's what I mean by thank you for listening when I've said something good and clear, and I apologize for some kind of tangent or rambling on. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize. Your perspective is definitely worth contemplating, and saying, that we're being tricked into the same trap to really consider what is the most empowering direction. So, when you say triangle, and I studied the ancient secret of the flower of life, which goes into sacred geometry, which are apparently the original shapes that.
So you're taking that triangle like a pen or a paintbrush and drawing a beautiful picture of the tree of life. That's a great direction. I like that.
Well, I prefer the circle, and the circle
Yeah.
is the female energy. The circle comes back to itself. The female energy is generally very intuitive, nurturing, and mothering, and maintains balance. It's insightful and intuitive. Too much testosterone has caused a lot of damage, I'm embarrassed to say, but I mean, I have female aspects in my own balanced character, which is probably more rare.
I've heard many Native Americans say, what is sacred is circular. What is spherical? Look at the earth. Look at our eyes. Not just about gender, but yeah, definitely women are great. And the circular, that's what I meant by the alpha is not the omega, because I feel also hurt by that sharp, double-edged sword, so to speak. And it's not a good thing. It's the misbehavior element of reality. But it can be transmuted into, like I said, if you're talking about a three-dimensional reality being the virtual world of the, just the word V, virtual world, that intermediary cell phone that I'm speaking into, taking that alpha and turning it into a paintbrush, turning it into a circular conversation, not just one person, or poetry between a broader group. I thank you guys all.
Thank you, Journey. You always bring so much with you when you come here.
And if people don't know, it's apparently reported that the smartphones are putting off frequencies that are the same frequencies as cocaine. So when you walk into a city and you see all these people so obsessed with their phones, this is done on purpose. So when you have something that you come to realize is addictive, and you realize that you're addicted to it and you're out of balance, you either get the discipline to stop the addiction, or you fall prey to what it's designed to do, which is throw you out of balance. And I think it's powerful information to tell people on the street and friends and family and coworkers, hey, you guys, they're saying that this is actually designed to be putting off frequencies that are addictive. And the dithering rate in computers from Microsoft had evolved to give us higher definition, and they actually rolled back and regressed because they came to realize that there was this window that opened for them to be able to control people through the computers, partially by the dithering rate. We've gone too far in technology, and it's taken away from what we used to love, getting barefoot and walking through nature and holding hands with somebody you love and looking around at the beauty of nature itself. I think a lot of us are headed back in that direction.
Yeah, it seems that way. I look towards the future and I really don't see anything. I always used to be able to look to the future and say, well, this is going on, that's going on. The future is very clouded, and not because of the targeting, just because of the general progression of the way things are going, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Neal?
I mean, and yeah.
Yeah, I spoke to an old friend, a colleague at Intel Corporation. They will not be implementing 5G technology. They will not be supporting it. So that's good news.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear you clearly.
Okay, I said I spoke to a friend, an old colleague at Intel, and Intel Corporation will not be supporting 5G technology. They're not going to implement it. At least that's what
Well,
I was told.
Intel is based in Israel. Of course, they're not going to support it. That's the only country
We're
that
based
said
in,
no.
no. Headquarters is in Santa Clara.
Yeah, but Intel is running out of Israel. Look it up.
And
They have
No,
subsidiaries.
and I agree. It is coming out of Israel.
So
You're right.
the headquarters is in Santa Clara. I swear.
But it's
No,
being
it's
run out
The
of
office is
Israel.
in Israel.
it's I've
Offices in
been
Israel.
years running out of Israel. The NSA is working with Israel. Sorry, you can find it all over Veterans Today from the editors, among other places, and the Intercept, and there's other sites as well.
And Brussels.
I have a request here to go through this video. I didn't have a chance to preview it. It's called John and Bonnie Mitchell. It's TV mind control. And let me see, I don't know the rest of the title. It's covered. Oh, and how to free yourself. Any votes on this?
How long is the video, Frank?
Oh, we don't have to watch all of it. Let me see.
It's like 6 hours long. Let's watch it.
It's an hour. That's the video I sent you, Frank. I did watch it, and it talks about TV mind control and how to release yourself from it, and how far back in the history the mind control goes with the TV. And I thought it was really good. Mel Fabregas interviewed these two people, and there's a lot of history involved with what they set out to do with the TV. And after, I hardly watch any TV at all, but after that, man, I don't even want to watch even once a month if I watch it at all. It's really telling, this video. But it was on Veritas TV with Mel Fabregas, and he gets some really good people on to interview. I'd love for Frank to interview some of the people that he's interviewed on RBN, because he gets some pretty interesting people on there. But I just sent it to Frank is all.
Yeah, and it's an hour long. I could stop the recording now and we could try it. I don't know. If I get a bunch of, hey, this is a real drag, I'll shut it off.
Yeah, people are going to go to sleep. I'll save you an hour. Kill your TV, period.